Cek. Mohon perhatian untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dimohon untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sebentar lagi acara akan kita mulai.
To all audience, please take a seat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera semua.
May peace be upon all of us.
Tabi pun. Selamat datang di
Welcome to
International Conference on Sustainability in Technological, Environmental, Law, Management, Social, and Economic Matters 2022.
yang terhormat
the Honorable,
Rektor STEBI Lampung, yang kami hormati
the Honorable,
Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Lampung,
Dean of Faculty Social and Political Science, Lampung University,
Dr. Anda Ida Nurhaida MSI atau yang mewakili, yang kami hormati para pembicara utama pada hari ini,
the Honorable, our keynote speakers today,
Profesor Dr. Juhari Ali dari Asia University Malaysia,
Profesor Dr. Zafirkan Muhammad Makbul, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia,
Profesor Dr. Liza Alili Suleimani, International Balkan University, North Macedonia,
Profesor Dr. Mo Sazili Sahibi, Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia,
Profesor Datu Sri Dr. Azimuddin Bahari, University Geomatika Malaysia,
Dr. Reza Ronaldo, MM, APAI, CIIB, ENZIF, STEBI Lampung, Indonesia,
yang kami hormati para pembicara yang berasal dari
the Honorable, all the speakers that come from
University of Malta, Europe,
Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Graduate School of Business,
University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia,
Bayangkara Jakarta Raya University,
University of Technology ML Sultan Campus Republic of South Africa,
Universiti Geomatika Malaysia, UGM, Malaysia,
dan para peserta serta tamu undangan pada pagi hari ini.
and to all the participants and the guests in this morning.
Marilah kita mulai acara dengan melafalkan lafaz
Let's begin this event by reciting lafaz
Basmalah.
Basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Persembahan tari tradisional Lampung,
Performance of Lampung Traditional Dance,
tari bedana kreasi, mahasiswa pendidikan tari, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Lampung.
Greetings everyone. I'm Assistant
Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Sing the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Dimohon berdiri.
Audience, you may stand.
Hadirin dipersilahkan duduk kembali.
Audience, you may sit.
Demi kelancaran acara pada pagi hari ini,
For the continuity of this event,
kami mengundang Saudara Ahmad Izul Haq untuk memimpin doa.
we place Ahmad Izul Haq to come to the floor.
Kepadanya waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin sekalian, marilah kita sejenak bersama-sama menundukkan kepala, bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, agar kegiatan pada kesempatan hari ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar. Izinkan saya memimpin doa dengan cara agama Islam. Hadirin, Bapak atau Ibu tamu undangan, mohon berkenan untuk menyesuaikan sesuai dengan keyakinan agama masing-masing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amah, wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yambaghi lil jalali wal karimi wa adhulanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma inna nas'alukal afwa wal afiyah fid dunya wal akhirah. Ya Allah yang maha pengasih lagi maha penyayang, pada hari ini kami berkumpul di ruangan ini untuk mengikuti rangkaian kegiatan acara International Conference ICOSTELM 2022. Maka dengan ridho dan izinmu, Berkahilah semua langkah dan perbuatan kami, dan jadikanlah acara ini bernilai ibadah dan memberikan ilmu yang bermanfaat kepada kami. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kami yang hadir di tempat ini menjadi insan yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat kami. Berkahilah kami, berikanlah kekuatan kepada kami, berikanlah kemampuan mengerti dan menjalankan petunjuk-Mu sebagaimana orang-orang soleh sebelum kami. Ya Allah yang maha mengetahui yang gaib, bimbinglah kami dengan hidayah-Mu, berkahilah kami selalu dengan takdir-Mu, dan jadikanlah hati selalu ridho dengan pemberian-Mu. Engkau yang maha pengampun atas segala dosa, maka ampunilah dosa-dosa kami, dosa kedua orang tua kami, dan dosa para pemimpin-pemimpin kami, serta dosa para pejuang-Mu dan dosa para pendahulu kami. Tempatkanlah kami dan mereka semua di dalam lindungan, rahmat serta ampunan-Mu. Rabbana atina hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hadirin sekalian,
Ladies and gentlemen,
beranjak ke acara berikutnya ialah laporan Ketua Pelaksana ICOSTEM 2022.
we're moving to our next agenda. General Chairman Report ICOSTEM 2022.
Pada Profesor Dr. Tulus Suryanto, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Very good morning. Tapi pun alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Yang saya hormati, My Excellency Bapak Dr. Reja Ronaldo, Rektor STEPI Lampung. Ini rektor luar biasa ya, komitmennya dalam dunia perguruan tinggi sangat luar biasa. Thank you Pak Reja. Yang saya hormati Ibu Dr. Ida Nuraida, MSI, Dean of FISIP, UNILA dan tim, yang hari ini diwakili oleh Bapak Dr. Dedi. Makasih Pak Dedi, luar biasa supportnya. Yang saya hormati, My Excellency Profesor Dr. Jawali, Deputy Vice Chancellor ICAI University, Malaysia. Thank you Prof for your coming. My Excellency Profesor Dr. Nur Raihan Abdul Hamid, Dean School of Management, University of Selangor, Malaysia. Thank you, Prof. My Excellency Profesor Dr. Zafir Han Muhammad Mahmul, Dean Graduate School of Business, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you, Prof. This is my brother, my friend, close friend. Thank you. Profesor Dr. Mizran Aslam from Defense University Malaysia, yeah, the good guy. Prof. Mijan adalah chairman ya, berserta dengan Dr. Sam Samsudin Wahab dari UITM Pulau Pinang. Inilah chairman ya, yang di belakang dari konferensi ini. My Excellency Profesor Dr. Ajimuddin Bahari, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs and Industrial, University Geometrika Malaysia. Thank you, Prof, for your coming. Saya berharap ada kunjungan kedua. Next event, okay? My Excellency Professor Dr. Ismail bin Haji Umar, Vice Chancellor, BEM of University Geometric Malaysia. Thank you, Prof. Cedul Rahmat, Deputy UKM Graduate School, Business of Malaysia, from Malaysia. Thank you for your singing, yeah, tonight. My Excellency Professor Dr. Ahmad Rashidi Rajali, Rector UITM Cawangan Pulau Pinang, Malaysia, will be joined from Zoom. My Excellency Professor Dr. Liza Alil Sulaimani, Dean of Faculty of Economic and Administrative Science, International Balkan University, Skopje, North Macedonia. Mudah-mudahan sudah join ya. My Excellency Professor Dr. Simon Grima, Deputy Dean Faculty of Economic Management and Accounting, University of Malta, Europe. Nanti juga akan presentation by Zoom. Next, My Excellency Dr. Chris Kuntadi, CA CPA, Senior Lecturer of Bayangkara Jakarta Raya University Indonesia. Selamat datang, Prof. Chris. Oh ya, okay, thank you, Chris. My Excellency Professor Dr. Revander Reina, Professor of Economic, DUT Business School, Faculty of Management Science, Durban University of Technology, ML Sultan Campus, Republic of South Africa. Sudah join? Belum? Rena ya. Beliau berkeinginan sekali untuk join, tapi di negaranya mungkin sekarang masih jam 2 malam. Very nice. And then all distinguished participants this conference. The first of all, I like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Taala for giving us His blessing too, that we would like to hold this international conference on sustainability in technological, environmental, law management, social and economic matter 2022 on 4 and 5 November 2020. Because of His mercy, we are sitting in this opening event good health. Secondly, my salawat and salam be with of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is guide us from darkness to lightness in this world as well as in the next world, Yaumil Qiyamah. Amin, Allahumma amin. I never forget to say thank you very much for all committees for support until this event held very well. From Stebi Lampung team, Ibu Resista PhD, Mr. Bani, Miss Yeni, Ibu Pertiwi, Ibu Mardia, Ibu Peme, Prof. Dr. Siti Fatimah. This is the dream team. Very good, good job. And then FISIP UNILA team, Ibu Fitri and friends, very, very good team. Thank you very much. And then special, my great PhD, Asia University, my student. Thank you very much. Good job for you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, on behalf of the International Collaborative Conference Committee, we would like to thank you very, very much for your participation in this conference. We also thank you to the keynote speaker and a resource person, as well as journal partner and publisher. Their outstanding contribution has made this conference as successful until now. We would like to report some important part of this conference. we have received more than 220 papers submissions. Finally, 150 paper has presented yesterday in FISIP UNILA and in university co-hosts by hybrid. To make conference attractive and stronger in terms of academic output, we collaborate with co-hosts from many universities. In here, any Asia University, UITM Mara, FISIP UNILA, Fakultas Hukum Undip. Welcome Ibu Profesor Dr. Retno from Undip. Thank you, Prof. Fakulti Ekonomik Untirta, Bapak Dr. Rahmadi, thank you for your coming. PB Win Antasari, this is Din, thank you, Prof. FEB Unjani, Mr. Romi, and then FEB Untar, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis Untar. Yeah, any in here? Okay, thank you. We also strongly expect that this forum will lead to some mutual collaboration in the future. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contribution to global achievement. To all our distinguished guests and participants, thank you to being here. Enjoy your conference. I'm Professor Tulus Suryanto. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Profesor Dr. Tulus Suryanto. Selanjutnya, kami persilahkan Rektor STEBI Lampung untuk memberikan sambutan.
Next, Professor of STEBI Lampung to give the speech.
Pada Dr. Reza Ronaldo, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Kepada yang kami hormati Bapak Profesor Dr. Tulus sebagai General Chairman, yang kami hormati Ibu Dekan UNILA, Ibu Dr. Randa Ida Nuraida atau yang mewakili Pak Dr. Dede, terima kasih supportnya. Tentu yang kami banggakan para tamu kami, our distinguished atau our honorable guests, selaku keynote speakers, komite yang mungkin tidak kami sampaikan karena sudah kami berikan sambutan kemarin di UNILA. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas kedatangan dan perkenan dari keynote speaker komite. Kemudian yang kami hormati para peserta conference yang saya banggakan. Tentu merupakan suatu kebahagiaan ya bagi kami STEBI Lampung dapat bekerja sama dengan FISIP UNILA, dengan International University. Merupakan kehormatan bagi kami untuk menggelar International Conference pada pagi hari ini. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, acara International Conference ini merupakan rangkaian daripada sidang senat terbuka STEBI Lampung yang kemarin kami lakukan di pagi hari. Jadi terdiri dari dua acara. Yang pertama melakukan wisuda dan hari ini kemarin diteruskan dengan kunjungan membuka acara di FISIP UNILA, dan pada pagi hari ini diteruskan dengan conference. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas kebersamaan dan partisipasi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Baik, untuk ramainya pagi hari ini, saya mohon izin kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya, Prof. Tulus, Prof. Johari, saya ingin membacakan pantun untuk memeriahkan, bukan kali ini ya, Prof. Mizan, sahabat saya, Prof. Asimuddin, semua. Baik, saya akan bacakan pantun supaya lebih ramai. Karena mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah agak sedikit bored dengan sambutan-sambutan sebelum kita mulai. Ini kalau baca pantun depan Bapak Ibu tegang, jadi lama nih keluarnya nih. Baik, saya coba yang pertama. Mentari terbit belumlah tinggi. Jalan sendiri menunggu pacar. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Semoga acara ini berjalan lancar. Baik, nomor 2. Banyak Bu, nanti bisa kita copy Bu ya. Dia takut menghilang pantunnya tadi. Pak Dekan dari Untirtan juga pandai berpantun. Nanti kita, waktu beliau nanti speech, kita minta pantunnya, Pak Dekan siap-siap. Ini agak tegang dia Bu, jadi agak lama pantunnya nih. Baik, pantun yang kedua. Tebing tinggi di atas gunung. Merapi, hati-hati bila sedang mendaki. Hidup ini tak bisa diulangi. Mari kita mulai saja acara ini. Baik, sekali lagi terima kasih atas partisipasi, atas kebersamaan. Semoga langkah kita, niat baik kita dilipat gandakan, kebaikan kita, kebaikan Bapak Ibu semua meringankan langkah kaki ke Lampung. Semoga dilipat gandakan oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Dari kami terima kasih sekali lagi kepada seluruh pihak yang mendukung, dari keynote speakers, panitia, committee, all of participants. I would like to thank you so much. Akhirul kalam, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Rektor STEBI Lampung. Semoga acara ini dapat mendorong peningkatan akademik bagi kita semua.
Thank you for your speech. Hopefully our event today will bring a good outcome for all of us.
Selanjutnya ialah sambutan dari
The next is speech from
Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mizan bin Muhammad Aslam selaku Jabatan Hubungan Antarbangsa, Keselamatan, dan Undang-Undang Universiti Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia.
Department of International Relations, Security and Law.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tabik pun.
Ya pun.
Okey, terima kasih. Saya tak prepare pantun ni. Ini dipanggil serang gerila di pagi hari. Okey. Apapun, terima kasih Pak Reja memulakan acara, menghangatkan acara pagi. Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih saudara dan saudari pengerusi majlis, saya tidak ada salutation ini, tapi saya sebutkan ya yang seingat saya. Terima kasih kepada Prof. Tulus Suryanto yang cukup penting, yang menjadi tulang belakang untuk program ICOSTEM dan juga acara-acara yang berlaku sepanjang tempoh kita di sini. Mulai sebenarnya ada yang sudah sampai tanggal 3, tanggal 4, tanggal 5 ya, hari ini, dan esok akan pulang ke destinasi masing-masing. Okey, terima kasih Prof. Tulus dan okey. Juga terima kasih kepada sahabat saya Pak Reja, ya, Reja Ronaldo. Terima kasih Pak. Okey. Sentiasa ceria, ganteng, ya. Handsome. Jadi Pak Reja orang yang banyak membantu majlis ini, terutama sekali di pihak STB Lampung. Semoga diganjari Allah sebaik-baik ganjaran, insya-Allah. Okey, seterusnya semua institusi yang menjayakan program ini dari ASIAI, tak nampak dari tepi ni, tapi kesemuanya itu sampai ke Antasari dan lain-lain sehingga ke UKM JSP, semua yang tak termasuk yang jika tidak disebutkan, UNILA dan lain-lain, itu terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana turut serta menjayakan program ini. Ini adalah satu partisipasi ataupun collaboration between STB and the partners, which is a very good initiative. Thank you very much and congratulations, Prof. Tulus. And also another party that I shouldn't forget to mention here, actually all of the speakers yang datang, ya, kita lihat di sini, some of the speakers actually they are not here because we do it online too, and then and as mentioned by Pak Prof. Tulus, because of time zone, some of them still sleeping, right? Jadi we continue as it is. However, the spirit still there, right? And alhamdulillah, insyaAllah ianya akan maknanya mungkin in the future, Prof. Tulus, mungkin ICOSTEM yang 2024 ya, mungkin nanti ya, mungkin kita buat malam ya, supaya sesuai dengan di Eropah. Okey, cadangan ya, sekadar cadangan. Okey. Dan seterusnya juga untuk semua panitia yang menjayakan conference ini, ICOSTEM terlibat dalam kunjungan visit kita ke UNILA kemarin, program-program di malam hari, ya. Malah acara di malam hari itu lebih meriah ya berbanding di siang hari. Okey, hebat. Jadi saya fikir malam tadi sebenarnya perasmian ya. Tapi rupanya sambutan utama hari ini. Okey. Jadi itu terima kasih juga, dan yang paling tidak dilupakan, all of the presenters from STB, from UNILA, from all of the universitas that involved in, as well as those who are abroad that send the papers online and whatsoever. So anda semua adalah yang terbaik, mantul, alright, mantul. Okay. Dan untuk seterusnya saya cuma ingin memesan 3 perkara. Ya, jadi kalau kita hadir ramai-ramai, ucapan pun nanti banyak, ada persembahan daripada profesor untuk keynote dan sebagainya. Cuma saya mau berikan 3 perkara. Kalau tidak dapat semua, jangan lupa semua. Okay. Perkara yang pertama, conference ini, ya, ICOSTEM ini adalah satu platform, okay, yang kita gunakan untuk discuss all of the latest issues lah. That's why Prof Tulus come up with the theme of the conference ini, sustainability in technological, environmental, law, management, social and economic matters, which is we are focusing and we are discussing about the current and contemporary issues related to this. So we know some of us is already in the discipline, whether business, law or whatsoever, and we take this opportunity, this kind of platform to discuss about the current macam pasca pandemic, the impact towards economies, technology and many more. Right, that's the first one. Then the second one, okay, this is the platform to get together, especially I can see, and I saw how the bonding have been established between the committee, between the speakers, panelists, as well as students, especially the postgrad students who involved throughout this conference. So it is actually a good platform. Maybe before this, macam kita tengok dengan Prof Joe, Prof Joe dengan student mungkin kita tidak terlalu rapat kan. Tapi kalau di sini saya lihat Prof Joe dengan mahasiswa-mahasiswi duduk di pinggir jalan, santai, sangat-sangat santai. Jadi ini hebatlah. Termasuk juga yang lain-lain. Saya diberitahu Prof Tulus juga ada pertemuan every month with postgrad students and santai juga ada apa makan-makan, ada liburan sikit-sikit kan. Sedikit aja. Okay, dan yang terakhir, yang ketiga, actually we take this opportunity, I discuss with Prof Tulus, alright, and as a chairman actually we agreed lah, some of the papers which is selected best papers, we will take it to the next level, which is I already communicating actually with Routledge London. All right, thank you. We will find a suitable team and we will choose the best paper. Definitely, those have been selected, so the paper will be sent back to you and you have to do some correction, amendments, and then later on we will make it as a book, and will be published by Routledge London, Francis and Taylors, insyaAllah. InsyaAllah. Okay, so last but not least, thank you very much. Semua terima kasih banyak-banyak dan mohon ampun maaf daripada kami pihak komiti atas segala kesilapan dan juga kekurangan. Okay, saya akhiri dengan pantun, Pak. Okay, supaya adil ya. Jadi kerana ini hari terakhir, walaupun sebenarnya tidak mau pulang, tapi harus pulang kerana yang di rumah menunggu. Okey, tanam pinang rapat-rapat, biar senang puyuh berlari. Ku pinang-pinang tak dapat, ku pujuk-pujuk ku bawa lari. Terima kasih.
Thank you for your speech to Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mizan.
Beralih ke acara selanjutnya, yakni penyerahan selapai, plakat, dan sertifikat sekaligus foto bersama.
We're moving to our next agenda, handover of selapai, placards, and certificate, as well as take a photo together.
Dimohon kepada Profesor Dr. Tulus Suryanto serta Dr. Reza Ronaldo untuk dapat menyerahkan plakat, sertifikat, serta selapai kepada para speakers kita hari ini. Yang pertama ialah Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mizan.
Yang kedua, Dr. Samsudin Wahab.
Profesor Dr. Juhari Ali, kemudian Profesor Dr. Zafir Khan Muhammad, Profesor Datuk Sri Dr. Azimuddin Bahari, Profesor Dr. Nur Raihan Abdul Hamid, Associate Profesor Dr. Mara Ridwan Syaya Abdul Rahman, Associate Profesor Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Rashidi Razali, Dr. Kris Kuntadi CA CPA, serta Profesor Dr. Ismail bin Haji Omar.
Untuk para Ibu dan Bapak Dekan,
agenda berikutnya ialah sesi pleno yang akan dipandu oleh para moderator.
next agenda is plenary session that will be led by the moderators. kepada Dr. Samsudin Wahab. Disilakan.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi ya. Jadi pagi ini kita akan meneruskan sesi ya, untuk sidang yang pertama ya. Sidang plenary session yang pertama. Jadi kita ada Profesor Johari yang diminta ke hadapan untuk sesi yang pertama, silakan. Dan saya juga akan menjemput Profesor Dr. Zafir ya, bintang kita yang kedua ke pentas. Seterusnya Profesor Dr. Liza ya, Profesor Dr. Liza di mana? Secara online ya. Secara online. Kemudian Profesor Muhammad Sazili juga secara maya, secara online, secara video ya, secara video. Kemudian dijemput juga Profesor Datuk Surveyor Dr. Azlimuddin ke pentas. Ya, silakan. Dan pembentang kita yang terakhir untuk session 1 dijemput Dr. Reza Ronaldo ya, artis kita ya, juga ke depan. Oke, sekali lagi diucapkan selamat datang kepada semua dan terima kasih ya kepada Prof Tulus dan sekretariat ya yang telah menjayakan konferensi kita pada semalam dan hari ini. Jadi saya harap kita bisa jarak-jarakkan ya kedudukan di pentas. Bisa ya, bisa dijarakkan. Oke, diharap presenter kita yang pertama, Prof Johari Ali, ya juga penyelia saya ketika PhD, ya selamat datang ke Lampung. Dipersilakan Prof untuk sesi yang pertama.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi semua. Saya nak menjawab dua rangkap patut untuk punya Pak Rektor ya. Tambah lagi ya. Ya. Terima kasih Daun Keladi. Kalau boleh, mau lagi ke Lampung. Terima kasih. Ya. Okey. Pada pagi ini saya akan berbicarakan tentang sustainability ya. About sustainability, and then we can look at our theme for the conference here is about sustainability. So even today, globally, sustainability is one of the issue, that need to be addressed. Perlu diketengahkan tentang 17 SDG semuanya, yang diwartakan oleh United Nations by the United Nations 17. So for this morning, I want to take one of the 17 SDG, which is the economic growth. Yeah? Selain daripada SDG yang lain, mungkin saya akan ceritakan tentang sustainability dalam fokusnya kepada business or economic growth. Yeah? If you look at the meaning of sustainability in the economic and business perspective, growth is one of the issues need to be addressed within the sustainability. Growth in business also we are talking about not only in terms of the profitability, keuntungan of the business, the long-term survival of the business, yeah, over generation. We always touches on the green economy and other form of sustainability. Yeah, especially also on the issue of how to eradicate poverty, yeah? How to look at the equality, how to look at the gender equality, and so forth in the SDG framework. So my topic for this morning is on the business model after the COVID-19, yeah? We already experienced the COVID-19 phenomena. Now we come to the after COVID-19. We can see that we are now moving in the new normal. Whatever businesses that we have conducted or do before the COVID-19, we have to look at the changes that has taken place in the business environment. For example, in education, we consider it's an industry. We look at as the business entity, then growth is one of the focus of any businesses, which related to the 17 SDG, which is the economic growth and decent work. Yeah? If you look at the post-COVID era, we can see that there is some changes in the business environment or the economic environment that we are facing now. We can heard and observe that after the COVID-19, we can see some movement in the economic activity. We can see that the marketplace is going to be crowded now. With the emergence of new businesses, especially in the gig economy, where most of the society are involved in informal business, part-time job, business from home, yeah, business from the workplace, and we can see there is changes in the business, the way we do it before the COVID-19. Yeah? So it became a crowded place now. We can get anything for our life through our new media, yeah? Facebook in particular. All the selling is being done through Facebook, through Twitter, through WhatsApp group, and so forth. And we can see how the delivery are being conducted. We can look at how the supply chain is also moving toward a new direction. People want to buy fast, clear, and quality goods. We can see that it's changing now. Even in Lampung, I can see during our stay here for the last 3 days, we can see some business activity are moving up. And we hopefully that the economic growth, the economic activity will be moving fast and upward in the future. Despite all those release that we get, from the COVID-19, that sometimes we wear masks and sometimes we have to follow all the COVID-19 rules and regulations. For example, when I experienced at airport, the Terminal 3, it take me more than half an hour to check out from the custom office, because using all those online information, sometimes you are out of your line tak ada. You can access to the custom information, though we can see a lot of problems facing by the international passengers, including myself. So we can see that there's something that need to be addressed in order to ensure that the business will be moving without any difficulty or without any delay. After the COVID-19, we can see that the new businesses coming up out of nowhere, because most of us, especially the family, the mothers and the girls and the daughters, are doing businesses with all kinds of products that we never get it before the COVID-19. We have new products coming up, new services coming up, new marketplace is seen, not like what Michael Porter has said, the place means the and by product physically. But when people ask me where is the marketplace, I think marketplace is your Facebook. That's from my observation, because we buy from our Facebook, we buy from our e-commerce platform. So the marketplace is already huge, Tidak ada borderless lagi, tidak ada batasan lagi, where we can identify the market segment. And market segment become more complicated. Where is the market? We used to see that always refer to the marketplace, market segmentation. Now, seems everybody can, even young and old, can get access to your iPhone and to your business platform, for the purchase and delivery. I can see that the business is getting tougher, with this new entrant of the business that coming after the COVID-19. But on the consumer part, we get disadvantage of the new entrant, new product, new businesses that are coming after the COVID-19. The way we advertise will be different. Mostly we use new media. And we can see that the supply chain and how the product goes from one place to another. We can see the speed and then amount of delivery that is moving so fast. Everybody, for example, all the young boys go for the Grab rider, or Lala Move punya businesses, is still very encouraging for the young people. So it will affect some of our industry, especially in education. I was told that the young people in Malaysia in particular are not interested in furthering their education. It will affect the industry, because they get more money as a Grab driver, rather than wait for 3-4 years to get the degree, and they are not sure to get the job. So in the we have to look at the products, we have to look at the program, we have to look at the delivery system, in the education sector to meet the demand of the young gig economy buyers, and then how we can adapt to the one. So in education, we are changing our program. We have to be very innovative. We use more online education. We use blended education. So everybody can enjoy your education while working to earn their living. And we can see that after the COVID-19, the scope of business is more widened now. It's no more localized, or it's no more based on the region, or based on the territory, or based on the province. Since the online businesses, the use of technology, the innovation in technology, so the scope of business is tremendous. We have to take this opportunity of the new technology that has taken place. Yeah? These are some of the scenarios we can see that the effect of the COVID-19 at some point, they give some problem to the people, but at the same time that we can see new life in businesses, yeah? With the innovative product and services, the amount of new entrant into businesses, we can see that, and I can see that there is a crowded place for the market after the COVID-19. COVID-19. Should we remain as the old-fashioned on business, doing product and selling and promoting, yeah, and distributing in a normal way? I can see that in looking for the value proposition of the product, meaning that to the customer is the most important. It's not more a brand. We talked about branding before. For me, from my observation, we can see how the product are promoted, even in the new media. They are also selling the product position, meaning that our customers is most important what the product and services can provide an easy burden to solve the problem in business, in at work, and providing something that you benefit important issue that need to be addressed. It's no more the brand, it's a position. The owning around the customer value and is the most important. Fit our needs, so we order the product. We do not from Malaysia, but we need this production of higher sekolah tinggi tengok what they can propose to the student, to the society when they get into the university or into the proposition is between our capability of the businesses and the market and the customer profile. So the preferences of the customer, especially for the young generation, is different from before 19. So the marketplace is no longer pergi dekat mall ke, pergi ke shopping center. We can see that people can do and purchase and deliver their product through their online, through their businesses that has taken place to the development of business technology, coming of intelligence, for example, at the store level, the formal, how we do the online, how we do the, so the market is broad and competition. And those who can survive in this so post-COVID-19 is how we can adapt with our capability and the marketplace that we see today, which is very complex with the customer preferences and so forth. So that's some of the issue that we have to look at to be sustainable in the long-term survival of the businesses, and at the same time we have to look at economy and politics as well as technology of sustainability may include our business. Also to look the issue of gender equality, we have to look the issue of no poverty, economic growth, good health, kesihatan, yeah, to reduce equality, to achieve some of the the business or the education must also taken into the account of SDG, economic, social, and governance. This is one of the issues that always be addressed by SDG. We can see that after the COVID-19, SDG become the focus point, yeah, in business, in social, in the development, in humanities, yeah, to look at then probably we see a failure in our business because we do not meet the SDG punya goal that had discussed, and now we can see more and more SDG has been working. So I think that The topic today of this conference is very current, is very relevant, that the issue is sustainability, that meaning a lot of things to us, especially on the economic growth, social equity, gender equity, good health, quality education also. We are in the institution, how we can develop program and services which have a high quality of education that meet the one of the SDG goal at a global environment. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my observation on the issue of stability, especially in the post-COVID-19 that we have seen today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Johari Ali, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Asia University. So Prof. Jo discussed balancing between customers' need and service provider expectation. Okay, Professor Dr. Zafir Khan Muhammad Makbul from Dean Graduate School of Business, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Please, Prof. The floor is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, everyone. Salam sejahtera. I think we have heard that Prof. Johari has mentioned all those concepts in the sustainability, all those highlighting issues that we should concern on that. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah, the Lord of the universe, for blessing and guidance that we are all able to be here in this meaningful event, the International Environmental Law, Management, Social and Economic Matters. I'll try to address the theme of this conference in conjunction had mentioned by Prof. Jo. Points for you to think further about those new concepts in the current environment. Yeah. So before I move further, I did cover on the introduction part, understanding sustainability, and then in order for us to discuss about sustainability issues, we can't ignore the importance of human resource management aspects. So I think because most of the things begin with the human resource management. And then I will talk about the topics of managing change. And finally, I will make a conclusion for this. Yeah. Okay. As we know that IR 4.0, IR 4.0 Society 5.0, and of course, pandemic COVID-19. Yeah. So these are the we try to relate all the certainty concepts. Yeah, because This is the unexpected and unexperienced in 2020 normal and as must have standard, but in some other times we must have we must act as in a flexible way. Yeah, and then physical fit is very important. Yeah, beside physical fit, we must have mentally fit. Individual who have reasonable cognitive also must ensure that he also have physical fit to perform the task or to perform the responsibility in any situations. And balanced individual. Yeah, individuals who are able to balance the demand of both personal and working life. Yeah, so the last but not least, all of these 7 characteristics, the output would be the productive human resource management. Yeah. Okay, so I'll touch a bit on the managing change. I think every one of us knows about the change exists in the environment, and changes in business environment affect organizations, their efficiency and effectiveness. And from the experts, they already mentioned about when the time change, some of them have to change, meaning that we can't ignore change in our environment. Yeah. And every individual need to accept change and evolve with time. Yeah. And organization that ignore change will fail and have to leave the market. And changes is a main agenda in a new age of management. So changes is a new is a things that we have to consider in managing the organization or to become sustainable in the current situations. Okay, so seeing the importance of change management, managers these days should equip themselves with good change management skills. Yeah. Even though most of the society is aware of the importance of change and the need to change, not all individuals can accept change. So this is, I'm talking about a mental block. Yeah. So the ability to accept changes depends on individual emotional stage, mental block, and complexity they face during the changing event. Yeah. So when we facing with this mental block situation, meaning that we are living in a comfort zone. Yeah. So when we are in the comfort zone, we try to refuse change, and from that situation, the resistance will come in, and all of the effect will harm the organizations, and the company can't sustain their business anymore. Yeah. So in conclusion, yeah, so I would like to conclude my presentation. Yeah. The change in the environment due to the global pandemic, yeah, and the Industry 4.0 in 2020 has started to be felt by the society. As what Prof. Joe mentioned just now, a series of development, a series of change exists in our current market. A great surge of change affects the landscape of human life. So I'm sure that this phenomenon makes the issues of stress and depression, communication technology and techno-stress, leadership, talent management, performance appraisal, yeah, organizational conflict, sick building syndrome, right to somatic complaints and musculoskeletal disorder, synonymous with the act of facing change. So this is where the challenge lies in managing human resource that perform routine function and transcend human resource well-being issues. Respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, so this, the integration of all of these elements is able to create a new organization that is more sustainable and competitive and create a healthy human resource holistically. So this can be made successful through the function of training and development. It enables humans to adapt themselves and prepare them mentally to continuous perform self-improvement and face the challenges of new reality in 2022. So to sustain this beautiful symphony, every individual needs to realize his or own self-potential to shine through organizational assistance and empowerment. So effectively managing human resources and well-being can be achieved through the psychological ties between employees and the organization. So only these concepts can make our business more sustainable. With that remarks, I end my keynote speech, and I would like to deliver. Ada dua pantun di sini. I would like to deliver. Like Projo just now. Pergi ke kota, naik kereta, singgah sebentar membeli ikan. Persidangan ini menghimpunkan kita. Hubungan baik harus diteruskan. Ada satu lagi. Terasa macam dalam dewan ini sangat hangat. Ayuh kita minggir keluar. Persidangan ini hebat banget. Luar biasa, biasa di luar. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak pada Bapak Profesor Dr. Zafir atas perkongsian ya. So Prof. Dr. Zafir have discussed about how to apply the change management in organization in order to achieve high productivity in our organization. There is barriers. There is also the problem when we implement the change management might due to the cost of our workers, our staff, about our human factors, attitude, and reluctant to adapt the new changes. Okay. Okay. Thank you again, Prof. Dr. Zafir. The next, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Liza Ali. Professor Dr. Liza, you have a video? All right. Okay. So you can focus to screen for the video presentation.
I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Liza Ali Soleimani, currently the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences at International Balkan University, North Macedonia. It's a great privilege for me to address you today, and therefore I would like to use this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the International Conference on Sustainability in Technological, Environmental, Law, Management, Social, and Economic Matters for the invitation as a keynote speaker on this conference. In fact, when I first got the invitation, the first question that went to my mind was, for what kind of topic should I address you today? And therefore, I checked a little about the theme of the conference, as well as having into consideration the recent developments and concerns about the global warming worldwide. Today, I would like to address you with a topic on climate change and the impact on the economy and society, as well as having into consideration my expertise on the taxation to highlight a little bit about the importance of the carbon tax on reducing efficiently the gas emissions in our planet. So global warming, climate change, these are the terms which are listening a lot among the policymakers, among the researchers, among the news, even in our daily conversations. So climate change is a threat which is not only serious for the planet and for the people, but also climate change is threatening the global economy. So this is a problem which really needs a public-private sector collaboration in order to change the way on how we produce the goods, for finding some other methods which can guarantee and drive the developments of sustainable economic growth. So what are the concerns which I would like to discuss with you today is how does the climate change impact the society, and how does the climate change affect the economy? So how does climate change impact the society? The climate change, they can impact our society by disrupting the natural, the economic, and the social systems. So this disruption will affect the food supplies, the industry supplies chains, the financial markets. On the other hand, it will damage the infrastructure, it will damage the cities, and finally, also will harm the human health. And by this, will also harm the global development in our planet. So on the other hand, we have also severe negative impacts on the climate change on the economy. The physical impacts of the climate change, for sure, they will affect all the aspects of the human welfare and the economy. The rising temperatures, they will harm the worker productivity, they will harm the crop yields. This will also lead to some cardiovascular respiratory systems more than we have present today. By this, it will increase the mortality rate. Higher sea levels with flood cities. The storms, they will be more damaging. The rivers, they will dry up. We will have glacier-fed water supplies, which will diminish. And by this, also the ecosystems will suffer. So it's most cases, all these calculations worldwide are made of, when they are based on some average value in a global level. However, it is quite difficult to calculate the economic impacts of the climate change in average values, since the economic impacts measures in terms of the effects on the global GDP are very different compared to individual countries and individual people. In fact, there can be several ways on how to address and where to address in order to minimize this or at least to start to decrease such negative effects on the economy. So the question is how to halt the climate change and how to boost the economic growth. First element is through the clean energy system, which means that the decarbonization of the energy system, which will be coupled with decentralized, with digitized electrification technologies, that will give 1 billion more people access to modern energy services. The second one is smarter urban development. So we have to have more compact, more connected and coordinated cities, by which by 2050, at least they will save $7 billion and stimulate the economic growth by improving the access to work and housing. The third element is sustainable land use. So switch to more sustainable farming methods, which will be combined with a strict forestry protection that will generate the economic benefits for around $2 billion per year. The next element is smart water management. So in the areas when we have a shortage of water, the GMP could fall up to 6% by 2050. So this could be prevented if we are making more efficient way of water use through the technological improvements and investments in the public infrastructure. And the last one is the circular industrial economy. So today, 95% of the value of the material which are coming from the plastic packaging are making up to $120 billion, which is a loss after the first use. So most of the policies, they should be concentrated on encouraging more circular and efficient use of the materials, which can improve the global economic activities and reduce the waste and the pollution. So when I was addressing for what I'm going to emphasize today, beside of the impacts of the climate change on the economy and society, I also mentioned the carbon tax. So what is carbon tax, how it works. We can say that carbon tax, it's one of the most efficient and the cost-effective ways on how to curb climate change and how to address the problem of the global warming. In fact, it's a fee which the government imposes on any company which burns the fossil fuels. So by this, they want to firstly reduce by discouraging the use of the fossil fuel by these companies. So how it works and why it works is that there are some advantages and disadvantages of the carbon tax. About the advantages when we are speaking is that the added cost reduces the emissions by motivating consumers to seek a cleaner energy. It boosts the economic growth by substantially increasing the government revenue, and also it impacts the fund agencies so that they can manage the. Beside of some advantages, there can also be some disadvantages of the carbon tax, and is that the carbon tax is a regressive, so a sudden increase sometimes in the carbon tax can also shock the economy. And what's more important is that it penalizes those who cannot switch to alternatives, and we know that those who cannot switch to alternatives are those that we are with lower income in our or in developing, especially in the developing countries. Therefore, in order also for the carbon tax to be more efficient, it has to be also used with some several measures. To end the government subsidizes for oil, and for the gas companies, to subsidize wind, solar, and hydropower, to increase the energy sufficiency standards, so increase the auto emission standards, to require utilities in order to increase their usage of renewable energy, to require improved building efficiency, to have building more public transportation, redesign the cities in order to reduce the needs for driving the cars. So this is also one of the 4 best ways on how to create jobs in one economy. To implement carbon emissions trading. So this policy will allow then the companies to buy and sell the government granted allotments of carbon dioxide output. So the governments, they will distribute a final number of CO2 credits to the companies. So that's the cap part, while the companies as much as carbon dioxide that they have credits for. Those that go below that carbon dioxide limit, they can then trade these to other companies. So by this, they have that trading element. So they will burn coal and other fossil fuels only to the limits that they will be granted for by the government. And if they do not do that, so they burn less. In that way, they will trade it, and they will gain some returns for that trade. So it's an interesting way on how the policies, they can try to work their economies, so that by that time they can also firstly reduce the gas emissions, but also to increase and to boost their economic growth. So thank you all for today, for your attention. It was a great pleasure to address you today as a keynote speaker on this conference. Please, in case you have any issues, concerns that you would like to address me on this topic, or some specific other issues related to my expertise, feel free to contact me. Thank you all, and wishing you a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Dr. Liza Alil Sulejmani, Dean of Faculty Economics and Administrative Science, International Balkan University, North Macedonia. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Sazili Sahibi, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, UITM Mara. Please play the video. Okay, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day to the honorable speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, first and foremost, I am most grateful to Allah, the most gracious and most merciful, for His blessing and allowing us to gather at the International Conference on Sustainability in Technological, Environmental, Law, Management, Social, and Economic Matters 2022. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share some thoughts and insight on digital culture in education, loss in digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, digital culture has affected many elements of people's life. It is a phenomenon that began to exist when people started to use digital technology in many ways. The digital trends through the Industrial Revolution 4.0 have created a pace that required committees of practice and operation linked with the technologies. Not only do technologies change, but individuals also requires appropriate skill, competency, and knowledge to ensure that they have changed positively to avoid the disruption of technological changes. The organization or institution might embrace the digital culture to improve its operation to compete with other organizations or institutions in the industry to gain competitive advantages. Various areas began embracing in the digital culture in industry, such as business, agriculture, healthcare, applied science, medicines, astronomy, and education cannot be left behind. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is digital culture? I think most of us know what digital culture is. Digital culture is the culture shaped by the emergence and the use of digital technology. Describe the idea that technology and the internet significantly shape how we interact, behave, think, and communicate. Some define digital culture as the culture influence of new media environments and the digitalization process of creating, organizing, retrieving, and disseminating information in the whole lifestyle and habits created by innovation brought by the age in a human being life, with information technology taking more place in daily activities. Digital culture goes beyond the day-to-day acts for doing digital works. It describes something broader and subtler than that. It involves the appreciation, exploration, and shared enjoyment of the various digital tools, environments, and artifacts which inform and facilitate our works. A flourishing digital culture is a tremendous asset to any digital marketing teams and can help facilitate everything from the ready acquisition of new digital skills amongst teams members to the bettering for the digital environment in which they work. A digital team without a true digital culture is like a film director who never goes to the movies. In most teams, there will always exist certain qualities which could be described as a culture. For example, an entrepreneurial culture, a culture of selling, or a culture of creativity. Digital culture should join these strands in defining the heart and soul of your teams. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spectrum of the education world, the digital culture is an essential social change toward innovation, decision-making, effective use of technology, attracting new talents, and enhancing the skill and competencies of current educators, learners, and administration staff. Digital transformation brings the education system to move forward to establish the digital culture. Human and technological factors are crucial to successfully shaping the digital culture in the higher education system. The human elements include learners, educators, and administrative staff who administers the institution. Meanwhile, in the technical aspect, there is much advanced technology involved that shapes the digital culture in education, such as artificial intelligence, AI, virtual reality, VR, cloud technologies, and social media. Ladies and gentlemen, the higher education institution like our have a vast transition from traditional to modern pedagogy. It shows that our institutions are capable of digital transformation. The shift of the education sector to using technology in the education environment will be never easy and perfect. Nevertheless, we must obey that with the education situation nowadays, the institution must adapt existing teaching and learning modules and assessment method to the digital environment. This transition and change are significantly crucial for the development of future education. The English proverb says, it is better late than never. So let us move forward toward digitalization in our education system. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the transition process from traditional to modern raises various issues and challenges from the different aspects of the institution and human life. These issues and challenges could be a problem for the institution to enhance their digital transformation toward a better quality of education for students, which one day will build the country's nation. We must be aware of many challenges to prepare and develop a digital strategy to overcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, these are all the challenges to the digital culture in higher education that we as a higher education institution must face. Whether we like it or not, we must be able to cope with the situation to ensure that digitalization is a success story. There are 6 main challenges of digital culture. Among them are resistance to change, digital illiterate, lack of resources, digital inequality, digital disruption, security, and safety. Resistance to change in the academic community is one of the issues and challenges that need to be addressed and assessed by the top management in a higher education institution. The transition of the traditional pedagogy toward contemporary culture in which technology becomes the tool to deliver information to the students require appropriate skill and knowledge. Without the skill and knowledge of the technical process, it will become a barrier for the educator to utilize the technology entirely. The educator should learn and understand the importance of technology that deal with the newest generations. Generation Alpha, who are born with the advancement of technology. Generation Alpha is born watching their parents using a mobile phone, computer devices, cloud computing, technologies, robotics, artificial intelligence, based technology, and many more in their daily routines. Some parents give their children the smartphone to watch YouTube to make sure they keep calm rather than show tantrums in public places. This scenario required the educator to know how to deal with the generation, mainly by using digital technology in education. The way Generation Z and Generation Alpha learn has never been the same as the past generation. Generation Alpha are babies born within 2010s and are now in standard 6. Can you imagine what will occur in this generation when they have tutors who are deficient in the technical know-how and usage of the technologies? The worst case may be that educators and learners would not communicate very well, and the information being delivered to the students will never succeed or be thwarted. So it is a must for an educator to shift their perspective and become a 21st century educators. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many factors that contribute to the resistance to change. Some of them are anger. The educator gets angry when the computer crashes. Fear that technology will take over the educator roles. Embarrassed. Some educators are embarrassed because they are not able to use the technology as compared to the students. The young generation might be better than them. Time. Educator resists using technology if no time is given to them to learn. Fear of failure. No educator wants to be embarrassed in front of her students, as most have firmly grasped the technologies. Not continuing training. The educator did not keep practicing in using the educational technologies. Lack of skill. Some teachers do not possess the adequate skill to implement technology in their classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the reasons have hindered educators from using educational technologies. However, the educator should begin openly accepting the presence of educational technologies nowadays. The management must encourage and motivate them to learn and understand the importance of technology that deal with the newest generation, such as Generation Alpha, who are born within and surrounded by the advancement of technology. The current generation has placed technology as an essential tool for developing the country. They should be considered and invest in digital talents to compete with others developing countries and achieve the goal of building a technological countries. 21st century educators and students should be able to utilize technological advancement in teaching and learning, informal education. Academic community who are not technology literate or semi-skilled in technology adoption will be lost in digital transformation. The resistance to adopting advanced technology will result in a low level of digital literacy in the academic community. According to Kechi and Kosa 2021, digital literacy is the lack of ability and skill to create, evaluate, learn, and find information online.
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Muhammad Sazili Shaibi, presenting about the importance of digital eras in the new millennium organization. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to continue our session by the presentation by Professor Dato Surveyor Dr. Azimuddin Bahari, from Geomatic University of Malaysia. Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Our moderator, Dr. Sam, and also to Bapak Professor Tulus Suryanto, and also to Bapak Rektor Ronaldo for inviting us to be with all of you today. And I can say that this is a very important conference, and the theme and the topic is very important for all of us to take note of, because as you can see, the theme relates to the current issues and current matters. And when we mention and we look at the theme for the conference is sustainability in technological, environmental, law, management, social, and economic matters. And as I say, it relates to our everyday life. And the area of discussion, ladies and gentlemen, which I would like to put forth this morning is on sustainable urbanization and sustainable city, the growth of sustainable cities. For what reason? We are going to look into the urbanization aspect is because when we look into sustainable urbanization, and also when we look into the aspect of sustainable cities, it means to say that we have to look into all aspects of what we are discussing today. We have to look into the aspect of technology. We have to look into the aspect of environment, the law itself, management, of course. We have to look into the aspect of management, the social and economic impacts of cities. And to understand how impactful sustainable cities are, we have to understand some of the areas, especially on the urbanization and poverty. We have to know about sustainability within the built environment and the management of buildings, whereby we touch in managing buildings. And very importantly, we have to understand what are green buildings and how are green buildings constructed in the usage of new technologies. And on the sustainability, the way forward, ladies and gentlemen, we look into the aspect of urbanization and the growth of cities. Why? Why does urbanization occur? We cannot run away from urbanization, as it will occur anywhere and everywhere. We take, for example, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, Macedonia, and look into cities like Lampung, Jakarta, Yogyakarta. All cities will face the issue of expansion, city expansions. And in that sense, ladies and gentlemen, looking into statistics, in 1950, we go back into 1950, population within city centers in Asia is only at 17%. It's only 17%. But currently in 2022, we can see that the population in the Asia region has already reached up to a percentage of 55%. So the population in cities has already grown to a huge percentage or huge amount. So that itself tells us the importance of how we control cities, how we then make sure that cities are sustainable, and how are we going to make cities sustainable. So that is the issue here for all of us. It's a challenge for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. How do we then make cities sustainable? Cities have got to grow because of economic activities. Because we have to grow the country, we have to grow the cities, and that is where the impact of economy is upon the cities. And when we have the economic activities, ladies and gentlemen, when we have the economic activities, there will be migration, migration of residents. We have the migrations of people from villages, from other regions coming into cities. So when there is a migration of these village folks, there will also be the creation of urban poor, whereby it creates urban poverty here. There is urban poverty. And that is also another social issue. One is the economic aspect, ladies and gentlemen. Secondly, we also need to face with our issue of the social issues because of the urban poor. Urban poor, when they come into the city, they are looking for jobs, but the problem is with shelter. The problem is with shelter, whereby housing is a very big problem. Housing is a very big issue of where they are going to stay. And we look into so many countries, ladies and gentlemen, we can see, even in developed countries, there are the situation whereby this poor, the urban poor, live in slums. They live in very deplorable situation. They do not have houses. They live under bridges. They live on streets. They sleep on streets. So that is another issue and another challenge for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. We have, as the professionals here, as the capable people here, that is the second challenge that I put forth to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And because of that, how are we going to approach within our system and our society? What we can do is that we have to look into the aspect of the built environment. When we look into the aspect of built environment, it means to say that we have to look into the part of infrastructure. We have to look into the parts of building houses, coming up with residential development, coming up with streets, places where people can then congregate. That means places for recreation even, landscape areas, green areas, parks. So those are the aspects whereby we have to make sure that the people within the cities are put in the comfortable position. That is the part of how we are going to create the society. It's very important because we are talking about sustainable. Sustainable cities means, it means to say that it has to grow across the board in taking care of our people. So that is the part, and we are going to have to move with the built environment. And if you look into the built environment, when we provide housing, if we provide these facilities, landscapes, green areas, so as mentioned by Prof. Joe, we should be targeting, ladies and gentlemen, we should be targeting into these sustainable development goals. What are the areas of the sustainable development goals that we can achieve if we go for these sustainable cities or sustainable urbanization? Okay. On the part of sustainable development, you can see that there's a lot of areas and a lot of goals that we can achieve through providing a very good built environment, through providing this housing and as well as shelter and accommodation, as well as landscaping and green areas. We can go for the achievement of the goals of no poverty. That's one. And we can also go for the areas of quality, quality water, quality education, and we can have a lot of areas whereby the life over land, and also the part of climate change. So if you heard earlier on what Prof. Elif from Balkan University, New Caledonia. So we were mentioning about climate change, and climate change is here to stay with us. We have to address climate change, and by having sustainable cities, we can also address climate change. We can help to reduce temperature, and if you read to the Paris Agreement, ladies and gentlemen, all countries have already agreed with the Paris Agreement. We cannot exceed our temperature to more than 2 degrees centigrade. And that is where we have to make sure that our cities too will be a sustainable city to help in coming up with the part of addressing climate change. And again, if you look into the part of urbanization, right. If you look into the part of urbanization, since we say that we are coming up with built environment, and as a built environment approach, ladies and gentlemen, because in cities, land are scarce. We do not have much land. We look at Lampung, we look at Jakarta, we look at Kuala Lumpur, we do not have much land. So how are we going to make that cities be sustainable? Cities have got enough housing, cities that can house in all those urban poor. And in that sense, and on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have to have development where we have to have high-rise development. High-rise development, we have to build houses which are 20, 30, 40, 50 stories kind of development. And when we have such development, we take Kuala Lumpur itself. I'll take an example of Kuala Lumpur. Within Kuala Lumpur, we have a population of 1.5 million. We have a population of 1.5 million, but the number of people staying in high-rise is already 1.2 million. So you can just imagine that within the town, with the city of Kuala Lumpur, the majority of our population are living in high-rise. So that is the way forward, ladies and gentlemen. In order to make our cities sustainable, we have to build housing which are high-rise housing. And because of those matter, once we build our high-rise building, we have a lot of residents there. We have lots of residents. Let's say we take a scheme, a housing scheme, a high-rise housing scheme, which has got 5 blocks of high-rise. Bangunan-bangunan tinggi. Kita ada bangunan-bangunan tinggi. We have 5 blocks of high-rise there. And within the bangunan-bangunan tinggi, within the blocks, one block can comprise about 200 units. 200 units, and each unit have got 5 people staying. So all in all, within one scheme, you can get about 1,000 people or even 2,000 people in that scheme. And with those number of people in that scheme, there will be a lot of social problem. There will be a lot of social problem. We have 2,000 heads, ada 2,000 kepala. Ada 2,000 kepala. Everybody will be thinking about themselves. They have their own culture. They bring in their own culture, kebudayaannya sendiri, they bring their own culture, and it's very difficult for those 2,000 people to live within this high-rise development. And because of that, in order to make it sustainable in living with high-rise development, that is another aspect. We already look into the economic aspect. We now look into the aspect of the social aspect, whereby in order to overcome these difficulties of not understanding each other, the area of where we cannot live harmoniously within one another, kita akan sentiasa bergaduh. We will always quarrel with one another because we are staying in a chicken coop, like a chicken coop, and that is the tendency of that we will be quarreling with each other. So in that sense, that law must also come in to make it sustainable to live in this kind of living. So the law must come in. And in our country, what we do is that we have the strata management law. The units and the people of how they then live within those high-rise are being controlled by this law. So we have this law, we have this undang-undang, we have this ilmu hukum there, whereby we will be stand guided by the law, and that law will look into the part of management of how they should live within one another. And at the same time, this law will look into the part of the maintenance of the building. Let's say now the building has got areas whereby that is being spoiled, areas whereby you get the part that requires repairing. So on that note, we have to use the law. Who is going to repair? So we make sure that the law will then repair. There will be the part that we need to repair: the water tanks, the water system, the electrical system, the mechanical system, the security system, the fire control system. So that is the part that there must be somebody doing the controlling, and we control it through law. So that is one aspect that is very important. And with the part of law and the part of the social aspect that we have already catered for, we also need to go for sustainable cities, which relates with sustainable buildings, that relates with technology. So the buildings must then use technology, and with the technology that we bring in, it will then be sustainable. We have to have solar panels within our building. We have to have this rainwater harvesting. So a lot of technologies must be brought to our building in order to make sure that the building is being used efficiently and effectively. So what will happen is that at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, with the part of addressing the part of the social matters, the part of addressing on the technological matters, the part of addressing on the law matters, the part of management, and the part of the combination of all these matters, then we are able to produce green building. And you look at green building, this is the definition of green building. And green building is the part that will make sure all our buildings are sustainable. And from a sustainable building, it becomes sustainable schemes, housing schemes. And from sustainable housing schemes, it will become sustainable cities. And with the sustainable cities, it will become a sustainable nation. So the country will also become a sustainable country. and at the same time, we are able to then address climate change. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. But before that, I also need to give a pantun. Right. Kita kena balas juga pantun. Kita kena balas pantun. Dan pantun saya yang pertama, 2-3 kucing berlari. Mana nak sama si kucing hitam? 2,300 juta semua kita boleh cari, tapi mana nak sama dengan Profesor Tulus dan Bapa Rektor Rando, 2 orang. Satu lagi, di sana gunung, di sini gunung, right? Di tengah-tengah pohon mengkudu. Di sana menung, di sini menung, sama-sama kita menanggung rindu. So, hingga ketemu lagi. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih Profesor Datuk yang telah membentangkan sangat bagus sekali ya. Pantunnya juga menarik ya. Jadi seterusnya saya cakap Melayu pula, sorry. Seterusnya kita akan mendengar bicara daripada Bapak Redo ya. Merupakan Rektor di STABI Lampung ya, Director Operational PT Asuransi Jasindo Syariah 2020 sehingga sekarang. Komisaris Utama PT Jasa Cipta Rambaka, Reinsurance Broker 2022, Wakil Ketua Asosiasi Asuransi Syariah Indonesia, Bendahara Umum Kupasi 2022, dosen luar biasa ya Pak ya, dosen luar biasa ya, Universitas Pajajaran Bandung ya, dosen S2 UIN Raden Intan Lampung, pengurus cabang Ikatan Ahli Ekonomi Islam, Group Head Telecommunication and Transportation, Business PT Asuransi Jasindo. Okey. Dan judul yang akan dibentangkan oleh Pak Redo ialah Sustain of Islamic Economy, ya, Opportunities and Challenges of Syariah Insurance Business. Sebelum saya jemput Pak Redo, saya akan berpantun juga ya, kerana selepas ini saya akan gegas turun, saya akan ke bandara ya. Jadi pantun dari saya ini ya. Tinggi-tinggi si matahari, anak kerbau mati tertambat. Sudah lama saya mencari, baru di Lampung saya mendapat. Oke, tanpa melengahkan masa, disilakan Dr. Rejo, ya, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our dean, honorable guests, Prof. Joe, Prof. Azimuddin, Prof. Selamat jalan Pak Dr. Samsudin Wahab, PhD. Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice flight, Pak. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami muliakan, tidak berpanjang-panjang, saya hanya 17 menit saja. Assalamualaikum Pak Fauzi, lama tidak berjumpa. Sehat selalu Bapak. Pak Tulus dan rekan-rekan participant, to all participants, so I would like to present my sharing knowledge about the insurance Sharia, about the financial institution. So the title in this sharing session is Stability, Sustain of Islamic Economy. Yeah, how opportunities and challenges, how challenge insurance Sharia in Indonesia, of course. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, langsung ke legal basis saja. So Indonesia has a legal basis, punya dasar hukum undang-undang. Kita punya undang-undang nomor 12, nomor 14 tahun 2014, undang-undang nomor 2 tahun 92. Kita cukup banyak punya regulation terkait dengan Sharia insurance. seperti bank syariah, insurans syariah pun juga tergabung dalam otoritas jasa keuangan, Financial Authority of Indonesia. Baik, legal basisnya juga secara Quran, secara hadis kita punya Al-Maidah ya. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa ta'awanu 'alal birri wat taqwa wa la ta'awanu 'alal ismi wal udwan. Basisnya itu mau bank syariah, insurance syariah, whatever syariah institution in Indonesia, we have a legal basis from Al-Maidah. Ya, memang dia ta'awun, takafuli, tolong menolong dan saling melindungi. Itu legal basisnya. Baik, next. Kita cepat saja. Baik, legal bisnisnya yang lain-lain saya pikir di Google banyak. Next. Nah, ini yang mau saya sampaikan. So Indonesia has a something different in Dubai, in London. So I think Indonesia and Malaysia, we have something in common if we talk about fatwa. Jadi hanya Indonesia dan Malaysia yang beberapa negara kecil di dunia ini yang punya fatwa. Jadi ada Majelis Ulama Indonesia. Kalau di Malaysia namanya Majelis Ulama ya, sama. Nah, apa yang mereka lakukan? Kita punya Dewan Pengawas Syariah. Ada Dewan Syariah Nasional. Itu yang ketika saya ngobrol sama teman-teman di Dubai, di Turki, Turki mungkin maju syariahnya ya, bisnis syariah bisnis. Tapi dia tidak punya majelis ulama seperti di Malaysia, seperti Indonesia. Ya. They have no ulama council. They have no syariah board national. Indonesia dan Malaysia punya. Tetapi memang secara bisnisnya kita kalah. Ya. Dan itu memang jadi kelebihan kita ya. This is our advantage saya pikir untuk pertumbuhan ekonomi dan bisnis keuangan syariah di Indonesia. Next. Nah, definisi juga tadi intinya, so syariah insurance itu tabaru, takafuli, ya, takafuli, ta'awun, tolong menolong, saling melindungi ya. Nah, next, nanti tinggal dibaca saja menurut Undang-Undang 14 tahun 2014. Kalau reinsurance itu kita menyebutnya secara gampang, kalau reasuransi itu asuransinya perusahaan asuransi, ya. Jadi we have a insurance company, dan reinsurance is insurance of insurance company. Ya, next. Nah, secara umum asuransi di Indonesia we have 4 company type, Pak Prof and ladies and gentlemen. Jadi yang pertama kita punya general insurance. Yang kedua kita punya life insurance. Nah, general insurance itu kebendaan dari mulai motor sampai pesawat ya, mobil, kapal dan lain sebagainya. Nah, untuk life insurance itu jiwa yang dijamin atau yang dipertanggungjawabkan adalah life kita. Jadi kita meninggal pun dijamin dalam 10 tahun ke depan misalnya, kita hidup pun dijamin. Lalu ada compulsory insurance, ada social insurance, itu jam sostek ya, BPJS ketenagakerjaan, BPJS kesehatan. Kalau Bapak, Ibu, teman-teman yang keluarganya dari ABRI, dari Angkatan Bersenjata Republik Indonesia, itu asuransi sosialnya namanya ASABRI. Lalu kalau ada kecelakaan di jalan raya, we have a jasa raharja, Pak. What we call jasa raharja. Jadi asuransi yang menjamin kecelakaan di jalan raya. Itu termasuk asuransi wajib. Kalau Bapak Ibu pegawai negeri, mungkin di sebagian daripada gajinya itu dikumpulkan ke dalam taspen. Nanti ketika pensiun akan mendapatkan semacam sejumlah dana dari taspen. Reinsurance di Indonesia ini baru hanya 2, baru hanya milik BUMN, National Re dan Reindo. Next. Lalu ada we have insurance supporting business. Ya. Jadi sama dengan di luar negeri, Pak Prof Mizan, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kita punya brokers, reinsurance brokers company dan loss adjuster. Nah, yang unik kalau kita bicara insurance ada loss adjuster. Jadi itu perusahaan yang mewakili antara kepentingan klien dengan company dalam hal menaksir besarnya kerugian supaya tidak ada dispute. Jadi Prof. Mizan bilang mobil saya 2 miliar, saya bilang 1 miliar. So we have dispute on that. Tapi dengan adanya loss adjuster company, dia akan survey, dia akan datang fact finding. Berapa sebetulnya harga mobil daripada Prof. Mizan in current. Jadi berapa sebenarnya? Oh, adjuster bilang 1,5 miliar. Itu yang kami ganti, yang perusahaan asuransi ganti. Jadi tidak ada dispute antara klien dengan insurance company. Next. Nah, this is differential of conventional insurance and Syariah insurance. So in conventional insurance, so what we call contract, policy, police. So in Sharia insurance, what we call akad. Number one, the first of all is akad. Yeah. So the second one is what we call in Sharia insurance is risk sharing. In conventional, we talk about transfer of risk. Jadi bedanya ketika kita bicara konvensional, itu adalah transfer resiko. Tapi ketika kita bicara syariah, itu adalah risk sharing. Bagaimana berbagi antara tabaru nisbahnya dengan ujroh. Ya, tabaru itu adalah suatu dana kebajikan yang dihimpun dalam rangka untuk mengganti rugi. Tidak boleh dipergunakan untuk lain. Sedangkan dana ujroh adalah untuk biaya-biaya expenses company dalam melakukan aktivitinya. Kemudian perbedaan lain yang mencolok adalah di konvensional, every single business okay. Apapun whatever your business, kita bisa cover. Tapi di syariah insurance itu berlaku azas maghrib ya. Saya gampangnya maghrib ya. Jadi maisir, goror, ruswah, riba. Artinya tidak boleh beberapa pabrik tertentu yang mengandung di luar itu, di luar yang diharamkan oleh syariat Islam, tidak diperkenankan. Nah kalau di conventional insurance, apapun boleh objeknya. Tapi di syariah insurance dia disingkat dengan maghrib. Jadi Prof tidak boleh maisir, goror, ruswah, riba, terutama itu tidak boleh. Oke. Next. Ini daripada produk daripada insurance, dari mulai engineering, mulai motor vehicle, ya sama saya pikir dengan di Malaysia, dengan di Filipina, Thailand, berlaku sama all over the world, insurance sama produknya. Next. Nah ini peluang untuk sekolah tinggi Islam, sekolah tinggi ekonomi Islam macam di STEBI. Ini sebetulnya peluang-peluangnya tuh ini kebetulan. Jadi yang the current issue in insurance industry is actuary, Prof. Actuary, underwriting. Jadi underwriting people, actuary, to calculate how big the damage. Itu kan mesti dihitung, mesti dikalkulasi. Nah itu yang menjadi isu daripada. Jadi kita tuh perlu ahli matematika, insurance itu perlu. Kalau di syariah kita perlu ahli-ahli dakwah, bagaimana fatwanya. Kita perlu teman-teman dari UIN yang tarbiyah, yang usuludin. Kita perlu ilmu matematika, kita perlu underwriter. So the most important things in insurance is risk management. Risk management field. Baik, saya akan sampaikan beberapa peraturan Financial Authority, OJK. Next. Nah, sebetulnya whatever your business, sekolah, bisnis apapun, kita ada 9 resiko yang kita hadapi. Jadi menurut OJK, peraturan 44 OJK, jadi yang pertama adalah resiko strategik. Jadi ketika kita bukan salah, tetapi kita tidak cocok, tidak menemukan, we cannot define our strategic company. we cannot find our strategic university, we cannot find our strategic education. Itu akan berdampak nanti kepada resiko-resiko selanjutnya. Ya, tentu ketika strategiknya salah, ketika menetapkan visi misinya salah, tentu resiko strategiknya, resiko operasional ketika diimplementasikan menjadi tidak tepat. Ya, resiko asuransi tentu Bapak Ibu bisa bayangkan. So all of participants, can you imagine if any tsunami, if any earthquake, if any volcanic eruption, if any big damage, national catastrophic. So what do you think if we have not insurance? Ya, untuk itu karena memang negara Indonesia itu ada di garis khatulistiwa yang yang hampir sering terjadi gempa, banjir, musibah. Tentu negara ini membutuhkan insurance. Nah, di Indonesia saat ini baru BUMN, baru state-owned enterprise atau perusahaan-perusahaan BUMN yang mengasuransikan seluruh departemen. Jadi belum sampai ke Pemda, Pak Fauzi. Jadi hanya beberapa departemen keuangan yang banyak memiliki aset itu yang sudah dijamin oleh insurans nasional. Jadi tidak perlu mengeluarkan APBN, tapi di daerah-daerah belum. Jadi baru hanya aset daripada departemen-departemen di Republik ini yang di Jakarta yang baru diasuransikan. Itu pun hanya gedungnya, Pak Fauzi. Jadi belum nyampe ke orangnya. Ya karena kan memang ini bicara APBN, terbatasnya anggaran pemerintah Indonesia untuk mengganti atau menjamin masyarakat yang terkena impact atau dampak daripada gempa bumi, tsunami, dan lain sebagainya. Jadi memang dengan kalau kita bicara cuma mobil, motor, orang meninggal, 1-2 mungkin risk management tidak ada artinya. Tapi ketika kita bicara national catastrophic, big net, big losses, ada musibah seperti di Aceh, seperti di Padang, seperti di Palu. Nah itu kan memang jutaan orang meninggal dunia. Dan di situ, so what we call the most important things of insurance. Nah, ketika resiko kredit tidak dijamin, tidak ada asuransinya, ya kita belangsak semua kalau bahasa orang Betawi, itu belangsak semua ya, karena negara tidak bisa menjamin ketika ada semacam kekuatan besar. Karena gempa bumi itu seperti nyawa kita. Bapak Ibu kan yakin bahwa kita semua pasti akan mati. Cuman entah kapan. Nah sama earthquake, musibah, tsunami itu pasti akan ada di Indonesia. Tapi walau alam bisawab, kapan terjadinya earthquake, kapan terjadi tsunami, berapa besarnya, magnitude-nya berapa, seberapa skala Richter, tidak ada yang tahu. We never know ya. Tapi definitely dia akan terjadi. Yes. Untuk itu prepare our property. So, resiko pasar ketika kita operasional salah, tentu resiko kita kalah bersaing. Ketika kita kalah bersaing, resiko likuiditas kita menjadi berkurang. Kita nggak punya uang cash untuk menghidupi apapun bisnis kita. Dari mulai financial institution sampai ke university. Sampai kita di dapur. Artinya ini berlaku risk management bisa kita terapkan di bidang mana saja. Next, resiko hukum ketika kita tidak mematuhi good corporate governance, tentu akan ada resiko hukum karena kita negara hukum, mau bicara konvensional atau syariah, tetap kita sebagai negara hukum harus mematuhi peraturan perundang-undangan, standar operating procedure, SOP yang ada di kita. Karena kita juga selain ada, kita juga ada badan pemeriksa kalau di BUMN, ada BPKP, ada BPK, ada Pak Kris itu ahlinya. Nah, tentu kita harus taat azas, intinya apapun perusahaan yang dijalankan, baik itu berupa PT, universitas, yayasan, atau apapun. Baik, yang terakhir, kita konklusi saja. How potential syariah insurance industry at Indonesia. Terus ini sekedar preview atau highlight daripada marketnya. So dalam yang terakhir saya would like to report all participants that Islamic finance can still grow 27% at 2020. Dan kita berharap terus selalu meningkat. Karena kita pengen ekonomi dan keuangan syariah di Indonesia itu maju. Nah, oke, next. Next. Ini nanti tinggal dibaca. Mungkin ini juga saya bisa sampaikan bahwa market syariah insurance just reach 6%. Memang rendah sekali penetrasi dan kemampuan syariah, baik bank syariah juga belum besar. Jadi sangat kecil ya dibandingkan dengan industri konvensional. Ketika kita bicara skala risk management, itu sangat kecil. Masih 6%, Prof. Mizan. Sangat kecil sekali dibandingkan dengan 250 juta penduduk muslim di Indonesia. Tapi apa? Potensinya sangat besar. Jadi karena baru hanya 6%. Next. Ya. Next terus. Next, Mas. Nah, so why syariah industry is become low? Kenapa rendah? Karena memang literasinya, edukasinya. Kita kalau bisa tiap minggu nih bikin acara begini. Silakan, Prof. Karena memang rendah edukasinya, literasinya, ya, iklannya, advertisingnya, kita lemah. Memang kita punya banyak 250 juta penduduk muslim di Indonesia saat ini. Tapi karena literasinya masih rendah, ya angkanya juga rendah. Baik, nah itu yang konklusinya kita pada siang hari ini. Next. Next, masih di akhir saja. Karena waktu juga. Terus kita lari ke bawah saja. Terus tadi sudah saya bawakan. Terus saya mau tutup saja ini di slide terakhir, Mas. Terus next sebenarnya kita punya banyak sekali dari mulai masyarakat ekonomi syariah, Komite Nasional Ekonomi Syariah bagaimana meningkatkan ekonomi dan bisnis syariah di Indonesia, tetapi memang tadi ya literasi dan edukasinya masih rendah sehingga hasil survei OJK itu penetrasinya baru 6%. Literasinya masih di bawah 20%, di bawah 12%. Itu yang jadi sulit kita, Pak Fauzi. Nah, untuk itu diperlukan apa? Jadi, so what we call syariah business Indonesia, we need pentahelix. Pentahelix, Pak Prof. Jadi kita tuh perlu Pak Fauzi dari Pemda, kita perlu Pak Prof Jo, kita perlu Pak Profesor Tulus, kita perlu academician, politician, government, ulama, semuanya bersatu padu untuk meningkatkan ini. Sebab kalau jalan masing-masing tentu akan menjadi lambat ya. Jadi bagaimana pemerintah melalui OJK, melalui Pemda, melalui Menteri Keuangan, melalui seluruh departemen yang ada di Republik ini untuk bersatu padu dalam rangka meningkatkan dan melakukan literasi dan edukasi terhadap ekonomi dan keuangan syariah. Baik, itu mungkin dari saya. Sekali lagi terima kasih. Thank you to all participate, to all keynote speakers, to our honorable guests, Pak Fauzi, Pak Tulus, everybody. Thank you so much. Kurang lebihnya saya mohon maaf. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baiklah, terima kasih. Untuk sesi pertama pleno telah selesai. Terima kasih kepada para keynote speaker dan juga moderator. Dilanjut oleh sesi plano kedua. Plano sesi kedua maksud kami sembari makan siang untuk para tamu diperbolehkan untuk mengambil makanan sembari mendengarkan plano sesi kedua.
To all the audience,
Untuk moderator plano sesi kedua, dimohon untuk maju ke depan. Kepada Profesor Dr. Nur Raihan Abdul Hamid, dipersilahkan.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum dan selamat siang semua ya. Jadi saya sebagai moderator untuk plenor kedua, saya teruskan aja disebabkan kita ada keterbatasan waktu ya. Saya mempersilakan speaker ke hadapan ya. Speaker pertama ialah Profesor Dr. Simon Brima, Deputy Dean Faculty of Economics, Management and Accountancy, University of Malta, Europe, melalui Zoom ya. Speaker kedua, Associate Professor Dr. Muara Ridwan Cik Abdul Rahman, dipersilakan. Deputy Dean Academic, UKM, Graduate School of Business, Malaysia. Dr. Mara ya. Ya, Dr. Mara dipersilakan ke pentas depan Dr. Speaker ketiga, Associate Professor IR Dr. Ahmad Rashidi Razali, Rektor UiTM Cawangan Kuala Pinang, Malaysia, melalui Zoom. Speaker keempat, Dr. Chris Kuntadi, CA, CPA, Senior Lecturer of Bayangkara Jakarta Raya University, Indonesia. Dipersilakan, Doktor. Speaker kelima, Profesor Dr. Ravinda Rena, Professor of Economics, in Business University, Business School, Faculty of Management Sciences, Durban University of Technology, ML, Sultan Campus, Republic of South Africa, melalui virtual, ya, melalui Zoom.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Can I take the floor?
Yes, I'm just introducing you. We will invite you during a time. Yeah, we will let you know. Prof.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker ke-6, Profesor Dr. Ismail bin Haji Omar, Vice Chancellor, Director IIBEM of University Geomatica, Malaysia. Dipersilakan. Okay, thank you to all the panel of speakers. We are honored to have all the speakers with us today. I will be inviting first Professor Dr. Ravinda Rena to deliver his speech, and I would like to also remind all the speakers, due to our limited time, you are given 5 to 7 minutes for your session. Yeah. So without further ado, I will invite first Professor Dr. Ravinda Rena, Professor of Economics, Duke Business School, Faculty of Management Sciences, Durban University of Technology, Sultan Campus, Republic of South Africa. Prof, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a proud privilege for me to be part of this particular international conference organized by University of Lampung, Indonesia, and also there are several other universities from Malaysia and Indonesia also taking part with this particular event. I must thank the Vice Chancellor of the university and also the other rectors and Vice Chancellors, and especially the Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Economics, Professor Tulus Suryanto, who has been a good friend of mine and a brother to me. And in fact, I was there in Indonesia about 5 years ago in Jakarta and Cikarang and a few other places. And also all other committee members, the conference organizing committee members, I must congratulate you and thank you for the invitation. And Mrs. Melinda, thank you very much for being the moderator and thanks for that kind introduction from your side. Without wasting much time, ladies and gentlemen, it's a horror for me, and early morning in South Africa, I woke up around 4 o'clock actually waiting for my turn. And yeah, so the topic that was chosen for this particular event is very pertinent. It encompasses the various areas of finance, economics, innovation, science, technology, management, economics, and other pertinent areas. So because of the interest of time, I would like to unpack certain issues here. We've been growing in terms of technology. We've been growing in terms of innovation. We've been growing in terms of various other areas, space technologies, robotics, and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and various other digital technologies that are coming up every single day. And we are probably having a very dynamic time over a period of 2 decades. But what is happening among ourselves as a human beings? So that is absolutely a very scary and very destructive thing that is happening to the human beings. So just I unpack certain things here. The population of today in the world is about 8 billion people. 8 billion people living on this planet. And people-to-people connection is missing actually. So that is going to be detrimental. Science technology is meant for the people. People are not meant for the science and technology actually. So in due course of time, if we could able to see the technological changes that are happening, of course, the same technology is also helping us. I'm sitting here in South Africa, you are in Indonesia, Malaysia, and various other countries. We can able to connect with each other. We can able to see, talk to each other. This is a technological contribution to this kind of, vibrative and this kind of probably a dynamic linkage in terms of virtual platforms. But at the same time, the population of this world is about 8 billion. As I told you that if we look at 100 people of this world, what is this 100 people comprising of? 58 people coming from Asia and 18 people coming from African continent. African continent, that's where I am now. And that contribute, Africa as a continent is contributing 18 people for every 100. Whereas Asian continent, which is the biggest continent in the world, it contributes about 58 people. Now the other continents like North America contribute about maybe 9 people for every 100. Whereas the Latin America contribute about 7, Europe contribute about 9, and maybe Oceania region, Australia and Papua New Guinea, other Pacific Island nations, they also contribute plus minus about 4 to 5 people. So this is the composition of the population of this world. The people-to-people touch is absolutely missing. So this is going to be a little bit challenge, or it's not a little bit challenge. We are talking about sustainability issues here. We are talking about urban technologies. We are talking about urbanization. We are talking about various other environmental issues. But the challenge is that we do not know our own neighbors. That is not good for us, actually. As long as we could able to respect and we could able to love and we could able to take care of our communities, our neighborhood particularly, and we could able to mitigate the challenges of this world drastically. So that is missing. Now, the change is taking place so quickly that the baby boomers, a generation that we have, which is considered to be the finest human beings of this planet, the baby boomers who are in their 60s and 70s and whatever. Now, the X generation, Y generation like mine, also trying to adapt to this kind of changing environment. Now, millennials and also the other side of the Z generation people, those who are born after 2000, that is becoming a challenge for us. When I was a child, I'm scared of my parents, meaning that it's not a scare, but it is a respect for my parents. It is the love and care for my parents. Now, as a parent, I'm scared of my own children. And so this has been changing drastically. And you need to respect your children. Of course, we do always, we love them. But it is more, probably the way that we are growing is not going to be constructive for our community and society development in the future. So this is going to be top heavy and bottom weak. So ladies and gentlemen, the people-to-people connect is very, very important actually. If there is no people-to-people connect, this whole world that we are creating with this, all the science and technologies is going to be taking us nowhere. And we are going to be like a flat tire. So therefore, if we could able to unpack the issues that we are facing or the world has been facing, in the present day world, present day situation, is basically if you would like to have a peaceful life. Now, when the science and technology has been invented, we all think that we will be having more time for us, more peace of mind for us. But now, most of the people, they are busy, ever been with the science and whatever the devices, technological devices that we use. It could be laptop, it could be smartphone, it could be any other device or television sets. So we are sitting with them. We are trying to create health problems. We are trying to create so many other economical, social problems and various other problems actually for ourselves. So this is not going to be good for us. So the people, those who were living before us, they didn't have cancer diseases as such. But today we do have cancer diseases. We do have multiple diseases that are coming up. So now the society, it has to be developed in such a manner that we respect other fellow human being. We say namaste, for instance. The meaning of namaste is that a divine in me is saluting a divine in you. So you are like a divine yourself. If every human being in this world begin to respect other fellow human beings, we could able to reduce all these problems that we are facing in this world today. So therefore that we need to look into those issues. Now, when we talk about the environmental side, Indonesia is doing fine. Indonesia is one of the countries where it has got more than 17,000 islands actually. That made Indonesia is one of the biggest, only biggest archipelago in the whole world. And in terms of the education, it has got probably plus minus about 170,000 primary schools all over the country. And it has got more than 40,000 junior schools, junior secondary schools, maybe about 26,000 high schools, and probably 150 public universities, more than 3,000 private institutions at the higher learning level. So Indonesia is one of the emerging economies, one of the important countries in not only in Southeast Asia, but in the Asian continent, all in the whole world. Indonesia is the only country that is also part of, not only country, but it's part of the Group 20 or G20 nations. So being one of the largest, or maybe fourth largest populated country in terms of the population, about 275 million people living. And Indonesia is the only country which is where the largest amount of Muslim population lives. But the harmony that they have is very important actually. I was there in Indonesia myself, as I indicated to you, the harmony, integration. We live like one family, we live like one country. So that is what is important in this world actually. There could be other religious people, maybe 86, 87% of the Muslim brothers and sisters living in the country. There could be about 10 or 11% people are Christians, maybe 2% Hindus and Buddhists and other religion. So religious integration is very, very important in this world. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, and I would like to conclude by stating that if we could able to make this planet Earth, the world, as a beautiful place, we all should work hand in hand. There is no way that we can depend upon the government alone. We as individuals, we are the professors, we are the doctoral, probably we do have PhDs, and we are the skilled people. But if we could able to protect our environment, our mother planet, that means you are also respecting your own fellow human beings. If you don't respect your own environment, that means you are going to destroy not only yourself, but also the rest of the world. So therefore, with this few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to state stating that every one of us, whether they are the presidents, prime ministers, or the professors, rector, vice chancellor, or a common man, the responsibility is on our shoulders. We need to protect the environment. The 17 SDGs goals, Sustainable Development Goals, cannot be achievable unless and otherwise all these 8 billion people, they work hard for a better world, for a better future. So with this few remarks from my side, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you once again, the University of Lampung and all the other stakeholders who are taking part in this. Thank you, Vananda.
In the arena for very for your useful insights on how to maintain in our own world to be a better place to live in, and the fact that we need to work together hand in hand. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ravinder. I will move on to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Simon Grima, Deputy Dean of Faculty of Economics, Management and Accountancy, University of Malta, Europe.
Good day, and thank you, Professor Shiryato, for inviting me to the International Conference on Sustainability in Technology, Environmental Law, Management, Social and Economic Matters, which will be held between the 4th and the 5th November. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to, I'm happy to be with you today. And I'm sorry I'm not present physically. However, due to time constraints and even travel and even time lags, it is the end with this. So today, what I will be talking about will be demystifying risk. My speech is going to be on demystifying the risk and risk management and its role in ensuring sustainability and resilience. My name, by the way, is Professor Grima, Simon Grima. I am a professor at the University of Latvia, Faculty of Economics, of Business, Economics and Management, and also Deputy Dean at the University of Malta, Faculty of Economics, Management and Accountancy, and also the head of department of Insurance and Risk Management. I also form part of the Board of Federation of European Risk Management. So today's session, what I'm going to talk about is what are the objectives. We're going to talk about the taxonomy of risk and risk management. What are the ultimate goals of understanding risk and risk management, the pillars of sustainability, understanding and calibrating risk, the known, unknown, and the unknowable, what is risk management and its function, risk appetite, tolerance and capacity, risk measurement, how do we address it, putting everything obviously in the context, key indicators, and a mini case study. I will just explain the case studies. So, disruptions to our normal, what is our normal or expected state in an everyday thing is an everyday thing. So we are facing number of disruptions. However, does this happen only to us? Does this happen to us? Should we be worried? Are they opportunities. How can we determine the size of these disruptions? Examples of disruptions: technology. Technology is ruling the world, is changing the world that I knew. In my time, we did not have any technology. We did not have certain technology, not any technology. However, as you're seeing in this photo, technology keeps on changing the way we used to do things. Okay? However, the things are the same, maybe becoming more efficient, maybe becoming less efficient, and creating also new ways that fraud can happen, that we can be more efficient. So you're seeing the negative and positive way that technology has disrupted the world. COVID, the pandemic that we're still facing today, okay, with some changes, we made some improvements in this, and so now at least certain places are open. However, it has changed the world completely. Monkeypox, which we're facing today, again. Wars. We are facing a war in Europe, which is creating problems on inflation, on medicine, on energy. So it's making us do something different from the expected. Okay? Corruption. Corruption can change the way we are doing things or the way we see things. Regulations. Regulations are usually put in place, and even religion, for example, cultures are put in place to change cultures. Okay? But are they over-regulating? Are they under-regulating? The risk manager is there to see this. Natural disasters. What can we do? What can we do to avoid them? What can we do to minimize the risks or the problems that they bring with it? Here we've got something very close to where I live, in Venice, a few years ago. This happening regularly, and flooding in Venice. A long time ago, again in Italy, the Vajont Dam disaster, where the dam burst and destroyed the whole village. Again, in Genoa, a bridge disaster in Italy. In Malta, where I live, a contractor building next door to another house and dropping the other house next to it on the unfortunate death of a mother who was cooking in the kitchen for her children. Other accidents, car crashes. Again, these are events that happened in Malta, close to my place. Flooding, a chemical factory burning, a truck hitting a bridge in one of the areas middle of Malta. Malta is only 21 by 36 kilometers. It's an island with only a few, you can get from one side to the other within less than an hour. This traffic accident hitting the bridge meant that the whole island was stuck and nobody could move with cars, obviously, from one area to another. A factory blaze. And this was a detergent factory. I actually was in a firm, a building next to this incident. A tourist dies in a fire. A warehouse place, again. These are all things that happened close to me, but people still think, oh, these can't happen to us. So, the risk industry and the professionals within it have changed drastically over the last decades, became more important in the last decades. Once risk professionals simply purchase insurance, used to simply purchase insurance to transfer their losses onto another company without even knowing what the clauses state. Now they are expected to monitor risk environment, identify and predict risks, and implement proactive strategies to prevent issues from occurring or minimize their impact. Therefore, top leadership positions based on risk management, such as Chief Risk Officer, the CRO, are becoming increasingly common. The demand for risk management and the demand for risk managers has become increasingly important. However, the standards and the knowledge of these risk managers and the profession has not yet been set. What is the minimum requirement or the knowledge that these risk managers should have? Therefore, with this in mind, what skills and competencies are now necessary for a risk professional to be successful? Certainly, a general knowledge of the insurance industry and financial risk will no longer suffice. In addition to an understanding of many topics and environmental factors, there are necessary personality traits. So this is something that many people, when they employ, they don't look at. It's important that the risk manager, it is important is his culture, his knowledge, his attitude. So personality traits are the most important things, most important tool that a risk manager should have. They should have commitment to continued learning. They should have environmental awareness. They should be able to influence. They're good collaborators. They should be able to strategize. They should have integrity, which is very important today. Integrity and ethical behavior sometimes is missing. So now let's come to defining. It is important that when we're talking about the same things. Why I'm saying this? Imagine if you are in a kitchen and somebody tells you, okay, there's a mouse on the table. What would you imagine? You would imagine a rodent. However, if you say that in an IT firm, okay, we would imagine it is the clicker that we are using to enable us to move on the computer screens. So let us start with some definitions and understanding of what people think risk is all about. Risk, what is the meaning of risk? And what is the real meaning of risk? What should be the meaning of risk? And this is a point where people they do mistakes on the in Arabic. When we want to say something like good luck, we say risk. So we still use the word good luck. We look at it as a positive, as an opportunity. Go and get that opportunity. Addressing them means either tolerating them, okay, passing them to insurance or other types of litigations. Just testing is another means because it tells you, it helps you to determine what can break your company and give you indications and help you determine indications, manage your positions to ensure that this does not happen. Again, parameters and limits, you can put in parameters and limits that will be set to indicate when you are going to breach the appetite of the shareholders. Sensitivity analysis, you can also put in some sensitivity tests to see how sensitive your company is to certain movements. And scenario analysis, maybe sometimes you wouldn't be able to do certain things. So from the experience of people, we say, let's see the different scenarios, how they will affect us, and then put in place management to ensure business continuity. We can do simulations. So in the end, I wanted to bring you in touch with the two associations in which I am part of, and we're trying to create a standard for risk managers and education on risk management to try and build this culture. And these are pre-know the public risk management organization within the EU, and also FEMA, which is the largest federation of European risk management within the EU. Within Asia, we are looking at talking to the Asian Federation of Risk Management, and we are in constant discussions with them. If you have any questions, feel free to send them on simon.greenman@un.edu.mt or simon.greenman@lu.lv. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Simon. I believe the audience can also email to you if they have further questions. Thank you very much. Since Dr. Chris Kuntadi would like to have to leave earlier, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Chris Kuntadi, CPA, Senior Lecturer of Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya University, Indonesia. Persilakan, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad to hear in front of you all. Actually, I want to share about the title is Audit on Sustainability Report. If we compare to the ICOSTELM, so it is not relevant with sustainability on technology, on environmental, law management, also social, yeah, maybe one part of economic, but the audit can cover all, yeah, because auditor can go for the technology, auditor can go for the environmental, and auditor also can go for the law, management, social, and economic. So I hope that's what I can explain in here, that all of speak about audit will cover sustainability on the theme that Prof. Tulus raised in this occasion. Yeah. This is our agenda. We have 4 agenda. And the first, what is sustainability? Yeah. In this definition, sustainability said that the action of fulfilling the need of current generation without compromising. Jadi bagaimana yang namanya sustainability itu sesuatu aksi, ya, yang bukan hanya relatif dengan kebutuhan for people currently, but also for the next generation. Yeah, that's what is sustainability. So the sustainability have to balancing, yeah, among the 3 aspects: financial, environment, and also the social. So if we said about the sustainability, so we have to be put in, yeah, about the financial, environment, and also the social. Like what Professor Joe said, yeah, that the sustainability is not only related to financial, yeah, but also environmental and social. And then we have also the sustainability report for ensuring that the sustainability is not only in the mention, not only in the term. So we have to deliver the sustainability report. And this is the definition of sustainability report. And in the accountant of Indonesia, we have PSAK. This is accounting standard for Indonesia. Yeah. We have PSAK number 1, yeah, but this is still for the voluntary, not an obligation. Yeah. But we have also another standard like for global reporting initiative, and then reporting on climate risk and carbon reduction, and others. Yeah. This various standard that we have to mention on the audit and also for the sustainability report. And for the GRE sustainability standard, we have 3 standards that this is the universal standard. This is the standard that applicable for whole organization. Yeah. And we have also the smaller that sector standard, this is applicable to each organization sector. For example, for the transportation. Yeah. Because I am from Ministry of Transport, very clear dealing with the transportation. How to move from the oil, for example, to gas, from oil to electricity. This is what we mentioned. And also Pertamina, for example, yeah, they try to have implemented the oil and gas standard. Yeah. And this is for one sector will be different with another sector. And we have also the specific one that related to the topic standard. Specific standard regarding relevant issues such as, for example, anti-corruption. Why anti-corruption is related with the sustainability? Because we try to hold the cost very, very efficient, economic, and also effective. Yeah. Why audit sustainability report? Yeah. This is what we try to explain to all of the participants. Voluntary report will with many standard and formats. Yeah. So because of many formats, so auditors should perform the audit, whether the sustainability report refers to standard or not. And the second, sustainability is very sexy. Yeah. Why very sexy? Because it will cover not only for the current generation, but also for the next generation. And other speakers also said, not only for the people, but we have to equity in gender, for example. Yeah. So this is very sexy. And also very high impact on the financial. For example, if we deliver CSR, yeah, corporate social responsibility, sometimes we need some money to deliver the CSR. And then the three, prone to bias, yeah, misinterpreted, yeah, and sometimes reducing the ability for organization in creating profit. Yeah. Because some organizations, some companies say that if we deliver for the sustainability, it means adding the cost. Yeah. So we have to mention about this one. And the last, independent or a regular assessment on sustainability report is crucial. Yeah. We have to have assessment, not only self-assessment, but also for the independent assessor. We have the type of sustainability audit, yeah, that for the assessor, we have external, internal, and also self-evaluation. For external, so the assessor is third party. Yeah. Could be the external assessor or could be the external auditor. And then also in internal, so the assessor is internal organization. Yeah. They perform, for example, internal auditor could perform the internal assessment. And the third, for the self-evaluation, usually like the concept of three line of defense. Yeah. So the manager, the management should perform also the evaluation for sustainability report. What about the object? Object for the external is whole organization. So if the auditor audit for the sustainability, so they will perform from the top management until the lowest, and from the headquarters until to the unit, the very little unit. Yeah. And what is the goal? Assure the sustainability report is fairly represented. So we have to give the opinion. And also another for the internal and self-evaluation. And this is the three line, yeah, like people, planet, and also profit. Yeah. For the audit of sustainability report, the people, yeah, have balance between employees' right and also obligation. It means the auditor should audit whether the people have the same for the right and obligation. Also the participation of local community. For example, in here we have for the state-owned enterprises like Pusri. Yeah. What is the goal for the pusri for the society in Bandar Lampung or Lampung. Participation of people. Yeah. Like even we are in Ministry of Transport, sometimes we invite people around the Ministry of Transport to perform some tasks in our company, in our organization, and we pay them for the participant. And also equal opportunity, gender balance, etc. And the planet, more efficient and effective use of natural resources. This is what we want to perform. Why we need to perform the sustainability audit? Because we want to be more efficient. We want to be more effective use of natural resources. Yeah, like we have program for transferring the logistic, yeah, from trucking to the railway. Yeah, because the trucking need many oil for the trucking, but if we use the railway, will very decreases the need of the fuel. Yeah, and also minimize pollution. Yeah, and the third, reduce the impact of natural resource exploration. Yeah, this is what the benefit of the audit sustainability. And the third, for the profit, yeah, support fair trade, yeah, because we have to balance what that people need and also improve economic growth. Yeah. We ensure that when the logistic transport move, yeah, from the trucking to the railway, so it will very decreasing the pollution, decreasing the cost, and others. For sure, yeah, it will generate the financial support because the cost will decrease, so the financial will increase. Yeah. And this is the practice, yeah, of the sustainability report in Indonesia. The first audit board of Indonesia, Badan Pemeriksa Keuangan, or in Malaysia we call Jabatan Audit Negara. Yeah. We also perform the audit on voluntary national report for SDGs. Yeah. And the result you can searching in internet. We have published the audit report. Also, we audit on sustainable waste management. Yeah, like we ever do for the training. Yeah, for INTOSE. INTOSE is International Supreme Audit Institution. Yeah. And we prefer not only the training, but also the practical of the audit on waste management. And so National Care for Sustainability Reporting, the sustainability report rating, give the rating for the sustainability reporting. Also KPMG, yeah, and also World Wide Foundation International, they also audit for sustainability reporting. I think this is what we want to share to you, all of you. And I'm sorry because I have to leave to the airport. And for the discussion, maybe we can deliver through Profesor Tulus. Yeah. Makan ikan campur buah selasih. Cukup sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih Dr. Chris pun tadi. Very interesting topic on sustainability report, ya. Seterusnya saya mempersilakan our next speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Mara Ridwan, Cik Abdul Rahman, Deputy Dean Academic, UKM Graduate School of Business. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, moderator. Dr. Raihan, and good morning, assalamualaikum everybody. So please be patient, okay? So this is a lunchtime. I know everybody is getting tired and sleepy, but I promise to everybody, it's a very brief presentation. It's supposed to be not more than 5 minutes. So my topic is actually about combining corporate sustainability through integrated reporting. With a conference team, sustainability. So I'm delighted to share with you, because I'm from accounting, just like Dr. Chris, just a brief idea about how corporate can convey their sustainability value or their sustainability strategy to the stakeholders. As we all know that the concentration of business now have moved from profit goal to the sustainability development goal, or SDG. Okay, and having this SDG as the focus of business, so we need support from corporate reporting on how we can measure and we can report the sustainability value to the broader stakeholders. Okay, unfortunately for the time being, traditional financial reporting that comprising balance sheet, an income statement, and a cash flow will not be able, okay, to deliver the wide range of the sustainability factor, you know, like relationship with the customer value, pollution index, and so on and so forth. However, corporate reporting community is not stopped there. Okay, so they keep trying to give the best, okay, for the corporate to provide transparent in terms of sustainability contact. So, and therefore, we are offered with a various framework how to prepare a corporate, how to prepare the sustainability reporting, like sustainability accounting framework offered by Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, SASB, Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, reporting of framework offered by Task Force on the Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, TCFD, and the most prominent one is International Integrated Reporting Council, and as well as Climate Disclosure Standard Board. So this is international framework for reporting a sustainability issue in the corporate report. But among the many, I would like to, I really like to share with you about integrated reporting. And so, by definition, you know, integrated reporting is a reflection of the integrated thinking across responsibility unit in organization. So, basically, it's communicate about how organization strategy, you know, governance, performance, prospect, okay, is managed from the context of external environment to the stakeholders. So there are many benefits of integrated reporting, you know, and then first one is challenge to the culture of short-termism, because traditional financial report only report the financial matters based on the one previous year, okay? But integrated reporting is more toward long-term, I mean, it's more to longevitism orientation. And integrated reporting also has a many benefit. So in terms of practice, integrated reporting has been adopted by more than 70 countries worldwide, and by over 200 organizations, and mostly there are big company, listed company, okay, practice integrated reporting, and also we support by 40 capital market regulator. And it also happened in Malaysia because under the Bursa Suruhanjaya Security in Malaysia, they also provide guidelines how listed company provide a sensitivity reporting. All right, so in Malaysia, so according to the report, there are 268 out of 265 large companies have adopted integrated reporting. Okay. All right. So, integrated reporting framework, okay, produced by RIFC, okay, content of fundamental concept, you know, content element and guiding principle, and we can use this framework as a guide how to prepare integrated reporting. But remember, this framework is a principle-based framework. It's not a rule-based framework. Okay, next. Next. Okay, so this is basically how integrated reporting framework look like. Okay, we start with the input that the company has. Okay, in the company, for example, there's a financial capital. There are 6 capital: financial capital, manufacturing capital like a physical asset, intellectual capital, human, social, and natural capital. And this capital, okay, is leveraged in the business activity by integrating risk and opportunity factor that company may faces, and also in accordance with the strategy and resources allocation and a non-performance evaluation. Non-financial and financial performance evaluation must be integrated in the business activity from the integrated reporting framework, and also must include the outlook, okay, of the business activity. And the company must also have to provide information about the outcome or the value that they share with the external shareholders, like what the value company provide, okay, from their strategy, the value that company can provide to the customer, to the protection of the environment, to the cleanliness, protection to the pollution, about community, culture, and many other factors of sustainability. Okay, so this example, the value creation model based on the integrated framework produced by one of the Malaysian company, the biggest company, so Petronas. Okay, so as you can see from the screen, there is the input of the sustainability achievement, like financial capital, manufactured capital, intellectual capital in terms of investment in technology and laboratories, human capital, social capital in terms of invested in CSR, and also the natural capital. And this is input, the use of value, okay, that has been produced by the Petronas that they share together with all stakeholders, because winning the heart of the many stakeholders is the main or is the most important factor for the sustainability. Okay, how about the sustainability reporting for the university? And along with the corporate sector, so I strongly urge that university in Asian should embrace the benefit of integrated reporting. And the integrated reporting in education industry has been implemented by universities in many developed countries. So like this example of integrated reporting by Newcastle University, okay, and the next one by the Edinburgh University, the business model, how they sustain their education business. Okay, and the last one I think is for Salford University. All right. So by having integrated reporting, so you will look like transparent. Okay, how you share sustainability value to the broader group of people. So not only you implement the sustainability initiative, but you must also seem to do so. This role of integrated reporting can play. So I end this session. I would like to end this session with, because semua orang berpantun dan saya juga ingin berpantun. Saya rasa kalau tidak berpantun itu rasa pelik ya. So dengan pantun saya ini untuk warga khas, untuk warga Lampung yang saya kasihi. Malaysia Indonesia lahirnya serumpun, miskin di mata, beraja di hati. Mau saja ku tinggalkan hati di Lampung, tapi apakan daya isi di rumah setia menanti. Thank you, Moderator Dr. Raihan, and thank you everybody. So kita jumpa lagi insyaAllah. Assalamualaikum, Pak Rizal.
Terima kasih Dr. Mara Ridwan, very interesting insight on integrated reporting ya. So berpantun juga ya. Jadi saya kemudian lah kot ya. So next, without further ado, we would like to invite our next speaker, Associate Professor IR Dr. Ahmad Rashidi Razali, will be joining us through Zoom ya. Rektor UiTM Cawangan Pulau Pinang. Ada? Mungkin kita boleh teruskan dengan our next speaker dulu. Ya. We will invite our next speaker, Professor Dr. Ismail bin Najib Omar, Vice Chancellor Director IIBEM of University Jumatika, Malaysia. Please, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairperson. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank everybody and the organizer especially for inviting me just to exchange some of the ideas with you people here. With those changes of ideas, we're gonna have a better perspective on what is supposed to be the real sustainability in managing our land administration and land resources in every part of the cities, hopefully. As I've been given the responsibility to talk about the cities' performances and also how could we manage those limited resources within a city center as well as in a region of any parts of the country, we are responsible to make sure that every piece of the assets that consisting within the area of that particular city will be managed properly and in a very good and proper programs or schedule. And by doing that, of course, we don't want to have any waste. We don't want to have any waste. We want to make sure that every job that we are doing is according to best practices, not only within our region, but also by having benchmarking with the best application of land resources and management in the world. So with that, the agenda is we have to look and try to understand deeply what is the real meaning of land administrative and land administration really. After that, we will be looking into what are the frameworks that we are supposed to manage our land resources within a city center. The third is looking at what are those issues if we are about to come up with the case studies. I will bring forward some example from Malaysia, and by doing that, the importance of applying a good exercise of land administration in many parts of the country. And the way forward, what is the best way forward for us to organize and to make sure that our land resources is to be governed in a professional manner. So those 4 agendas will be covered in a short while. Why? Why the land administration is so important in relation to sustainability? It is very important because the Sustainable Development Goal, or SDGs, consisting of 3 of the specifically secure land ownership, and by extension highlight the need for a good land administration. Land is limited in every part of the world. Limitation is by way of limitation in terms of planning system, because if you plan the building for a particular plot of land, it is not easy to change it in a while. It will take some time to do that. And in planning those land for the development, you have to consider what is the best practice and what is the best option available in terms of economic development. So, because land is a long-term investment, and yet it is very limited, therefore we have to be very careful in looking at how land must be allocated, land must be used, land must be translated and developed, and so on. And by doing that, it has to be sustainable in its very manner. So the land administration will portray the security of tenure. In some countries, like our parts of the region, in some of the Malay Peninsula, we do have a little bit of problem with land administration. For example, whereby the land is not secure in terms of land ownership. For example, if the land is allocated for leasehold for 99 years, or for 30 years, or 60 years. So while if most of the land investor, if they would like to develop a new township or something like that, then they have to be very careful in terms of what is the best method or what is the best way to come up with the development of that particular piece of land. The land administration will support taxes. If the land is not provided and managed in a very perfect manner, then we're going to lose huge amount of taxes. This is what is happening in certain parts of the world, especially in rural areas. And also, the land administration is very important for the sake of sustainability, is because it will influence the property market altogether. If we are not very careful with the property market, what's going to happen is that the land prices will shoot up, and will raise up, and sky is the limit. We don't have money to buy property, we don't have money to buy land, and we are in trouble. That's why the allocation, the planning, the management of land must be in a better way of doing things so that we will get sustainable for the sake of development of the country. And also with the infrastructure, the provision of the infrastructure development in any part of the country will be based on how best we manage those limited resources of land. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we look at this, the way to manage our limited land resources, we have to look at 4 categories or 4 aspects of the way how could we do it. in a better and professional manner. Number one is the land tenure itself. It has to be secured. It has to be standardized so that it will become a sustainable way of doing land management altogether. And number two is about land value. It's no point if we manage the land, but the value is decreasing. We don't want to do that. Doing something with land, put up infrastructure, or we plan it for the sake of stability and sustainability in terms of land value, valuation, and things like that. And number three is the land use itself. Then, if we would like to develop the land, it has to be sustainable. It will comprise all those three: the tenure, the value, the land use, and also the land development. Because land development is at the highest effort that one must look into if we would like to do something with the land, so that pieces of limited land resources going to be sustainable forever and ever. So there are a lot of discussion, especially in Malaysia, about the sustainability in terms of land value, land resources management, things like that. And the problem we are facing right now is three ethnicities in Malaysia: Chinese, Malay, and Indian, or we make it Bumi and non-Bumi, we call it. The land, the size of land owned by the Bumiputra is only less than 20% after 65 years of independence. So this is a very big issue. So that all the ethnicities and the people will get together and think what is the best manner to make sure that the sustainability in terms of land resources is going to be. This is very important because we are thinking about equilibrium, united Malaysian, or similar things. Therefore, the government of Malaysia very insists to come up with policy led by Teraju, or they call it a Gender Bumiputra Spearhead Unit, that at least the land ownership by the Bumiputra must be about 30%. And how could we do that? How could we do that? Otherwise, the land ownership, the land management, land resources owning by those different ethnicities will be in disparity, in disequilibrium. We might be able to face big problem later on. And by doing that, of course, we have to look at, to break down the region. Maybe in terms some parts of the region. For example, Iskandar Malaysia in Johor. We analyze the ownership of land over there. It is about 17%, which is belong to the Malays and Bumiputra. We are still far behind from the economic policy, the target for the economic policy, that is about 30%. And this is after 65 years of independence. We're not going to happen. We are not going to know. We are not quite sure what's going to happen in a couple of years to come. And of course, the wealth of the nation, or the wealth of the nation in terms of land resources and land ownership must be shared equally. Otherwise, we do not know what's going to happen. In doing that, of course, land matters, land resources, land administration, land management and development matters. And we have to look into it in a very professional manner. What is the answer? So that we get to know, or we get to make sure that our land resources is managed sustainability in terms of a sustainable way. Because the way forward, we are talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0. Are we ready for it? the land economists good enough in looking at this target. Otherwise, we're going to have problem. And what is the purpose of, can we try to use succinctly future philanthropies to make sure that we'll be able to manage our land resources professionally. Excuse me. Now, we know exactly that there is a future philanthropy, or we call it digital wakaf. In Indonesia, we try to do and try to apply this digital wakaf technology, and in Malaysia too. So this is the way, this is one of the way where we can utilize the money or the wakaf given by the people or by anybody. We call it mawkuf alai, mawkuf. And then from there, we try to distribute all the resources by managing the digital technology in a proper manner. We have to do that. We have to explore these opportunities. We cannot be satisfied with whatever we have right now. We have to think further, and maybe in 30 years' time, 50 years' time, we'll be able to come back, at least to make sure that the land ownership by the Bumiputera in Malaysia is close to 30%. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. When all the land ownership is belong not to the local people, but from overseas or to the foreigners. Therefore, one of the ways also is to simplify the land development procedures and processes. So in this case, are the property professional people ready enough to make sure that they are understand what's going to happen if they are not responsible, if they are not efficient enough today? Everybody knows that if the land process and development procedures is not efficient, then we're going to have a lot of waste. Then the property market will be shoot up, and then people will be inevitable to buy houses. So once the people are not happy with the prices of the land or the housing in the market, there will be what we call gelandangan. And we're in trouble. So that's why I have to think about it. And we have to think and make sure that what we are supposed to do now will end up with the ends in mind. We do something with the end in our mind. And that is Peter Drucker. Therefore, I would like to bring forward just one short case in Kampung Baru, Kuala Lumpur. This is in the middle of Kuala Lumpur CBD area. It's about 200 acres. This piece of land has been granted by the government about 121 years ago, and still cannot be developed fully, because there are a lot of problems with land ownership. There are lots of problems with behavior of the landowners, with funding, things like that. So you see that, in a way, I can say that the land management and development or land administrations in Malaysia is still not very, very efficient. Because there are a piece of land like this one, which is located in a very strategic area in CBD, Kuala Lumpur, and is still not yet able to be developed fully. For the work of land, it's only about, there is only about 30,000 hectares of work of land in the whole Malaysia, and only 13% that has been developed. So this is another inefficiency of land administration in the country. By doing that, hopefully we'll be able to see the future, explore the possibilities, and try to arrive at the excellence in land management and development. We have to come up with many modern techniques of land management. For example, using the leasing, many methods of land leasing, so to be able to develop Malay reserve land, to be able to develop customary and wakaf land in the country. And by doing that, hopefully, we will try our very best to get as close as possible to efficiency in terms of land administration and management. Let the property market in a maturity state or condition. Otherwise, people will be inaffordable to buy houses. Then we'll come up with homelessness. This is a big problem in the rest or the whole part of the world. Therefore, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen, we have to make a move. We have to change our mindset. We have to use not only the traditional way of doing things, but also how could we innovate using those technology, using those apparatus, appliances, and industrial 4.0, as well as the economic principle and application to come up with a proper way of land administration so that we'll be able to get closer to the target of efficient in terms of administration of limited land resources. And this is not easy because we are talking about sustainability in terms of property and built environment as a whole. So the conclusion is that, of course, once again, we have to review, revisit, strengthen, harmonizing all those land regulation, the act, the enactment. And by doing that also, we have to come up with policies, strengthen our policies in terms of land policy, in terms of land management, come up with a code on wakaf land, which we do not have at the moment, and try to revisit the Malay reservation enactment, etc. So after we look at all those possibilities, then we also cannot simply forget the importance of budgeting. So the budget must give priority to all this implementation for the purpose of managing land resources in the country. Because Malaysia is a small country compared to Indonesia. And yet we do have too many ethnicities that will influence the value, of the land resources over there. And we have to come up with related master plans for development purposes. And this is not easy. Of course, the master plan will consisting of many variables that are very important in terms of establishing a good structure and development plan. And beside those strategies, we cannot simply forget the importance of human resource. Of course, everybody who are responsible to make sure that our land resources is going to be managed properly or professionally have to be professional. They have to get as much as possible knowledge about land resources, about the technology, about the land allocation, land value, land taxes, everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professors, I have covered some of the most important things in terms of come up with a good and sustainable city by looking at the aspect of land management only. And I do believe that you also have many ideas on how could we beautify and strengthen some of the ideas in here. With that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih banyak Prof. Dr. Ismail. Jadi saya kira itu sudah sampai ke penghujungnya sesi pleno kita ya. Atau kita ada yang ada soalan? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, next we go to our next speaker. We invite Associate Professor IR Dr. Ahmad Rashidi, Rector UiTM Cawangan Pulau Pinang. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all the attendees of the Leadership Conference on Sustainable, Technological, Environmental, Law Management, Social and Economic. I would like to thank you, the organizer, for inviting me one of the plenary speakers this morning, the 5th of November 2015. I am Associate Professor Dr. Marashidi bin Razali, Rector of Universitas Zumara Pulau Pinang, Malaysia. Today I'm happily being honored to convey a presentation entitled Smart Education for Smart City. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about this, I will be taking the audience to smart city. What are the definitions of the smart city very quickly? We look into what are the smart education will be able to help the smart city sustain in the long run, and the strategies that might be able to be conducted or executed in the smart education environment. And finally, I will conclude. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about smart city, we have to know what is smart city, what does it sustain for the future. Smart city, according to the university, is an interconnected system of communicative and information technologies. So Internet of Things. It simplifies the management of the internal processes of the city and improve the standard of living of the population. As you can see in the picture, they are all interconnected to help the human life, a daily life of the citizen of the smart cities. There are two very important tasks that must be taken place in a smart city. The first one is the collection of transfer of data to management representatives. And the second thing is there must be a feedback system, okay, between the administration and the citizen of the smart city in order for us to improve the environment. When we talk about interconnections, as you can see in the picture, the advantages of the smart city is to increase the standard of living of the people living in the smart city. It also reduces the cost of businesses, processes, automating many activities. This is very important. But we do not require automation will help the activities that do not require these analytical skills. These cities are constantly improving. As you can see that their function continuously processes and updating information. Okay, information is very important in this process. Integrated sensors between smart cities are taking place. It collects information received from city residents, and you can actually use it for electronic devices and analyze the data and finally optimize, okay, for the benefits and efficiency of the connection and also the standard of the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about the intelligent city requirement, there are several aspects that require intelligent cities. The first is, of course, this customer service and involvement. And education and research will be also looking into the building energy and infrastructure that will be able to sustain intelligent living standards. But the tools of AI and analytics, these are very important in managing the data. Health and well-being will also be taken care of, and the safety and security of the citizen of the smart city will be able to be conducted in smart manners. Looking into the industry, renewing industry, connectivity, and smart mobility are taking place once we have the smart city, AI, analytic information management have been done. So the connectivity of people, not only communication of the information, but the mobility of the smart cities population also will be improved by having smart connection intelligence. The components of a smart city include smart infrastructure. Also, by having smart infrastructure, we also expect it to have smart transportation mobility, smart water and sanitation, smart town planning, smart energy, and smart applications. These are important factors. Once we have that, we also require the community of the smart city to be able to look into the component of the security. If they live in secure position, they will live in peaceful manners, and they are not able, they do have to think about the dangerous situations where they cannot able to sustain their life in the smart city. Smart buildings, smart governance, and finally the one that I will focus today is under the smart education. Ladies and gentlemen, when we overview the ecosystem of the smart city, we require to appreciate the values of their creations. In a smart city, we can actually divide the parties into three categories: public, private, and individuals. So these are the group of people, the cluster, that will actually requires the values in the four specific elements, which are the economic values, social values, community values, and values. When we try to discuss economic values, it improves the services, capital efficiency, and increase. Social values, of course, we require equality in education and living standards, and easier everyday life due to a better services. When we focus on the community values, the sustainable values must be able by having a clean environment, safety and security, and democracy and openness. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I will focus the one that we're having today is the flexible education under the research value. And the knowledge that gained from university is very important in order to sustain the ecosystem of the value creation in a smart city. We need to engage with the talents and wider ability to create innovations for the city. Talking about smart education, are we moving towards that smart education? We have to think of a smart education is the key ingredient in a smart city to produce the right graduates who actually taken care of the city in the future. Previously, we have the teacher-centered learning. Now we are moving to the student-centered learning. To enable this, we need to have the technology. Technology that requires the communication seamlessly through wireless communication by not having teachers in front of us anymore. But they can discuss within their cliques in terms of the student-centered learning, but they are able to have the connection or the Q&A session with teachers online. That is why when we still remember about the COVID-19 pandemic, it not only makes people suffer, but at the same time, it pushes the university education into open and distant learning. You can imagine with the new normal, economic decisions that actually requires a lot of university to sustain with the travel ban that doesn't allow the international students to come and study at our university. These are all the limitations why we can mitigate this problem by having open and distant learning. And this is why the boost of the online learning through COVID-19 is very important. And we are now able to see this in many universities. As for short, open and distant learning is learning process without the need to physically attend the universities. Learning process is everywhere, anywhere you are. That is very important. You can also have classes. You can also have supervision online, teaching and learning, demonstration, and many more. Related to envelope now, we categorize this into three categories. The first one is the synchronous online classes, whereby the student and lecturers can have the online live communication, live classes. This is just the main of online. This is the best way of having the online class. There will be two-way communication between the lecturers and the students. But when looking at the asynchronous online classes, which will not force the student to attend at a specific slot of time, the student will be able to download the content uploaded by their lecturers in many platforms, and they can learn anywhere, anytime. They can repeat the class as many times as they want. This is also a good way to have a communication or have an education sustainable in the future. Students are able to learn in creative manners, to repeat the one that they don't understand, and they know that they will always have that material available in the platform. Finally, the third category is actually very rare categories. It depends on the rural areas. But this, on online distance learning, we will post the packages of the learning materials to the students, and the lecturers must be able to connect with the students through the voice. I believe this is a very small scenario in this world, but there will be some of the part of the world that need these approaches, being able to make sure that the open these learning processes are delivered to the rightfully students enrolled to the program. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm bringing you to the strategies that we have in Johor Pinang. There are 6 strategies. Internet connectivity and hybrid classroom is actually a strategy that we use to classify or personalize students' internet connectivity level at their home, so that the lecturer will be able to cluster them and to manage the class in a better way. Direct communication with a good internet connectivity background of the student, they will have a live class. And at the same time, who can attend in physical manners, you can have in the classroom, attend it physically. The one that cannot attend, they can have the online live coverage. So that's category number 3 also. If the student are unable to get the internet connectivity at home, the lecturer must finally, after the class, upload the video to share with us. Wi-Fi coverage, of course, is one of the most important things, but the campus have improved more. Currently, we have 2 gig of communication. Wireless communication in the
Okey, jadi terima kasih semua atas perhatian. Jadi kita sudah sampai ke penghujungnya sesi. Jadi juga diucapkan terima kasih tadi kepada speaker yang terakhir tadi, Profesor Dr. Ahmad Rashidi. Ya, untuk itu saya juga ingin berpantun sikitlah ya. Tanam sirih dalam taman, bunga mawar tepi perigi. Terima kasih keluarga Lampung Budiman. Lain kali kita berjumpa lagi insya-Allah. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Baik, hadirin sekalian, plano sesi kedua telah selesai dilaksanakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, plenary session 2 has been finished.
Selanjutnya, kami mengundang Wakil Dekan FISIP Universitas Lampung.
Next, we're invited Vice Dean of Faculty Science, Social and Political Science,
Bapak Dr. Dedi Hermawan untuk menutup acara kita pada siang hari ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Tabi pun. Alhamdulillah, pada akhirnya kita sampai di penghujung seminar internasional kita selama 2 hari rangkaian acaranya. Dan saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Bu Dekan karena tidak bisa hadir pada siang hari ini. Kemudian saya mewakili pimpinan nih Prof. Tulus, Pak Reza, Pak Prof. Nizam, dan Bapak Ibu sekalian hadirin, Pak Fauzi, teman-teman dari Pasca FISIP, Pak Ertanto, seluruh tamu undangan dari kampus di Malaysia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya ini. Prof. Tulus datang beberapa waktu yang lalu, di ujung tahun juga. Ya, kita luar biasa, memang momentum itu kadang tidak datang 2 kali, dan ini tentu menjadi satu yang akan membantu fakultas kami, Ilmu Sosial dan Politik, untuk memperkuat relasi dalam skala internasionalnya. Dan seperti yang disampaikan Bu Dekan kemarin, beliau sangat bangga, bahagia, dan FISIP juga sangat bahagia, karena kami mengalami semacam percepatan untuk masuk dalam kancah pergaulan global, internasional dalam konteks akademik. Kami sudah berusaha sekeras semampu kami, Prof. Tulus, untuk bermitra dengan Pak Rektor, dengan STEBI. Mudah-mudahan ke depan kita bisa rancang lebih mantap lagi, sehingga acara-acara skala internasional ini bisa terselenggara lebih maksimal lagi ya, dalam pelaksanaannya. Kami mengerahkan segenap kemampuan yang kami ada, ya, sumber daya, terutama teman-teman dosen ini, Bu Fitri dan timnya ini, luar biasa 2 hari mengawal kegiatan ini agar berjalan dengan baik, ya, sampai semalam, lembur, dan sebagainya. Luar biasa kami kerahkan semuanya, Prof, untuk bisa mensukseskan acara kita 2 hari ini. Dan banyak sekali paper yang juga diajukan, tentu ini sangat memperkuat atmosfer akademik kita di kampus kami terutama, begitu ya. Sehingga kami sangat berterima kasih, dan juga tentu kami mohon maaf sebesar-besarnya, Prof, Pak Rektor ya, Prof Mijan ya, kalau ada kekurangan di dalam acara yang kami laksanakan ini, kami sebagai tuan rumah itu ada kekurangan, mohon keikhlasannya untuk dimaafkan. Dan tentu ini akan jadi perbaikan bagi kami ke depannya. Memang kita harus siap 24 jam, kata Pak WD2 itu ya. Setiap event yang datang dirancang maupun yang datang tiba-tiba harus direspon dengan cepat dan profesional, kita upayakan seperti itu. Dan di akhir acara ini, sekali lagi terima kasih buat panitia dan seluruh peserta yang hadir hingga siang hari ini. Mudah-mudahan semua sehat ya, semua kembali dengan baik, karena kabarnya ada gelombang baru COVID-19. Mudah-mudahan kita terlindungi semua dari wabah ini dan bisa kembali ke tujuan masing-masing dengan selamat dan sehat. Salam dari kami untuk kampus-kampus di Malaysia maupun di yang hadir juga di nasional. Mudah-mudahan kemitraan dan kerjasama ini terus berlanjut di masa yang akan datang. Karena dari kemarin pantun melulu, nah ini kita juga ada aspirasi supaya menyampaikan pantun. Ibu Hajah pergi mengaji. Pulang-pulang bawa bingkisan. Akhirnya selesai juga acara hari ini. Terima kasih, semoga berkesan dengan mendalam. Dengan mengucapkan hamdalah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, seminar internasional kita tutup dengan resmi. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baiklah, terima kasih pada Bapak Dr. Dedi Hermawan.
Thank you so much for Mr. Dedi Hermawan.
Sampailah kita di penghujung acara. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan.
Thank you so much for your attention. We apologize if there any imperfection.
Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Untuk seluruh panitia acara dimohon untuk maju ke depan untuk melaksanakan foto bersama
beserta dengan
para speaker yang
dan tamu yang ada di ruangan.
Kan mau foto jadi tatap bro. Selama hidupku biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang gairahmu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, walau banyak negeri ku jalani, yang masyhur permai di kata orang, tetapi
untuk Bapak Ibu silahkan maju ke depan. Mas Yakub, Mas Rizky merapat ke depan semuanya. Kiri masih kosong.
Yuk kita duduk sebentar di sini. Nggak usah pakai kursi. Traffic yuk, traffic. Yuk pada duduk. Nggak usah duduk berdiri.